So, boom. It's Pete.
Hey, it's Marc.
Marc's the special guest.
Hello.
And this is another episode of Dream Warriors. Officially back and we're recording.
Okay.
And that awesome theme song is still playing. I love it. Yeah, so real quick, there's a special guest.
Hello.
A special intro, someone new.
A long time in the making.
How many years has it been that we talked about sitting down?
I don't know. Well, we've known each other since probably 90 peripherally through 97, 6, 7.
I would say definitely 97, 90, 98.
That's a long time ago.
And we even have a history, like a wow.
We had a rivalry.
A goofy history.
Yep.
A South Jersey comic book shop history.
Yeah. The competitive market of South Jersey comics world.
Yeah. During, I guess, like the final boom period, would you say?
And then it went to Pokemon and cards and merch and not comics.
And it killed everything.
Yeah.
We're also drinking beers.
Yes.
I feel like we always have to reference our alcohol.
To make that noise, what those noises are.
Yeah. Look, I was bad. I did not mute my phone.
No, that's bad.
I thought I did, too.
So I worked at Legends Comics and Games from 94 to about 2000, 2001. And then I got out and went to Baltimore.
Yeah, to work for Diamond Comics
Distributors. So comics and comics. That was it. That's my whole life.
Yeah, but that was even for you though, because we kind of had a couple deep conversations about this. This was you, like putting yourself on the path, kind of like chasing, like I don't want to say a dream, but it kind of was a dream, right?
Yeah, so, I think I've always been interested in just the fandom of it, whether it be selling it or marketing it or in some fashion. I've always loved it. It's how I grew up. It's what I started reading. It's how I learned how to read. It was a whole comic my brother had.
Do you remember what that comic was? Do you remember?
I remember Hulk was in. Hulk was looking. It was I think a man in a truck, and he was looking in his rearview mirror. And it might have been a Bob Layton cover.
Okay.
And I think it was Bob Layton. And he's looking at the rearview mirror, and the Hulk's like behind, like Hulk's mad at him. Okay. So I remember him like, and then the guy, you could see the guy's face like, oh no, the Hulk is in my rearview mirror.
Wow.
It was like the passenger side, so I remember that. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. See, like for me, there was this visual. Like I kind of had comics that were like in one of my drawers when I was younger, like that got banged up. But it was Detective Comics. And it was kind of like Batman with mannequins in a house like on fire. And the imagery in that comic is like even to this day, it's just so free. Like I was watching something and they had walking mannequins. It was, and I'm like, it's still to me, it still sticks with me. It's still that creepy. Mm-hmm. And then one day, my grandmother brought home
the Doctor Who walking mannequins and. One of the series.
It wasn't Doctor Who. It was I think it might have been a movie. It was something I can't even remember right now. It was that much out of place. Where I'm just watching it. Oh no, it was Ghostbusters 2016. Okay. There was a walking mannequin in that movie, and I'm like, oh, that's so creepy. Jones.
Yeah.
And again, completely out of place also in that movie. And
there's many things
amongst and my grandmother brought home DC Comics Who's Who #1. She got it at like a discount magazine store. She got me that and a couple other comics, and I just remember staring at that Who's Who, like not being able to make any sense of the text, but just the idea that these characters were like out there, that they were in the ether, and,
right?
And like even as a kid, like you kind of knew what Who's Who was. Like, which is something that they've long abandoned, but it was just a documentation, like encyclopedia of superheroes, and it came out as a 2-year 2.5 year
Yeah,
comic
so that
series.
was A, Aquaman on the cover. It was just A because the second one had Batman on the cover. So it was probably published 86, 84, 85, 86.
Yeah, I think it was 85.
But yeah, so basically it was like encyclopedia, and then it would
Yeah.
have like the character bio, the height, weight, nickname, first appearance.
Almost like a role playing manual.
Yeah, strength, weaknesses, things like that.
Yeah.
But always had really good, nice, all that. Even when Marvel did it, well, Marvel had almost more of, they were more carbon copy. The meaning that the character designs were almost exactly the same throughout. But the character designs in the DC ones, there might have been a little bit more flair to it. So I always thought the art was better in the Who's than the Marvel Universe ones.
I thought the covers were amazing for Who's Who. The covers really, like, to me, even to this day, I think, like, almost like the post-Donner Superman DC Comics, which is, I guess, post-Crisis, is still their best era. It's going to be the best era that they will ever have.
The 86, when post-Crisis.
Yeah, like, highly underrated title from that, like, was The Flash.
The Messner Lopes.
That's where we got Suicide Squad, even like the part of the incarnation that led to the movie, and still the John Byrne Superman.
Yeah, you had the best Wonder Woman. You had the John Byrne writing two series, kind of going right post Man of Steel, and then going into two different series.
Yeah.
And you couldn't go wrong because it was like Ordway was doing part of the art in the series, or Kerry Gamble, and you had Byrne doing the other one. Like, okay, like, so you always had, you were fed twice a month.
And for
good Superman.
For anyone out there, because he kind of, right, he's faded away. But who is John Byrne? Who is this guy? How would you describe him?
He's a bearded Canadian
with a test pilot rocket chair at his drawing table.
He's got
like a pilot chair at his drawing table. But okay, I guess what I'm getting at, would you say, like, where would you rank John Byrne in your list of true talent?
Well, I think that that's like the 70s, 80s Mavericks. Those are the guys those were when the artists started to take over pre-image, basically, to a certain level.
Yeah.
Claremont was doing X-Men. Cockrum was a B plus, and then Byrne gets better and better and better and better. And then he started to get ideas, and then started to co-plot X-Men, left and did Alpha Flight. Alpha Flight was great at the time. It's a little dated now, but it was great. And the story, it had a lot of depth at the same time.
Alpha Flight 2 was also, for anyone, again, that may not know, we'll just paraphrase, the Canadian version, storyline-wise and physical, like, location version of the X-Men.
It had almost the same exact archetypes. You had like a Cyclops-esque character, a girl character with red hair. You had the big guy.
Yeah.
So you had, but
Sasquatch.
was Colossus.
You had your Wolverine, Puck.
Yeah, you had Puck. So you had a tiny Wolverine.
Yeah,
a little person Wolverine who was as and eventually and it ends up being like one of Wolverine's best friends, and then Wolverine was a guest star. But the thing that they did was they just had a lot of all the characters were really good, and all the interactions were really good. Now, at the same time as he was doing Alpha Flight, he changed Fantastic Four completely,
and also
that was a seminal run there.
I know you're partial to Hickman, but I view that John Byrne's his Fantastic Four is the Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
I'll even put that above Kirby and Stan Lee.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to. I know that the first 102 issues were very progressive so they always go Stan Lee. For me, I guess it would probably go in order. I'd probably put Hickman just because it's kind of faded. I just like the fact that Hickman, like, I felt in danger.
Yeah.
When Hickman did a series, this was only a couple years back, and we'll go back to John Byrne in a second, as we will tangentially go through everything a lot. But the thing I liked about Hickman stuff is there was a series that were like the death of 4, and someone was going to die, and every issue I really didn't know who was going to die. Like, I mean, and that was, to me, that suspense was really good. And then when that death happened, it was great, and then they had a bunch of issues after. That was great.
Yeah,
they did a lot of interesting things, and I was shocked that I could be in suspense.
Yeah, I think
that's what kind of shocked me.
I think one of the takeaways from the Hickman run, his run with like, if you took Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, John Byrne, and then Hickman, you have your Fantastic Four mythology to its final end. I would say until like when they start splitting dimensions and the what was it called, the University of Richards or the League of Reed Richards.
Yeah, there's
the dimension and
616 Reed Richards.
Yeah, exactly. Like until
they
that,
had like a super team of that.
Yeah,
and even one of them destroyed the world. Reed Richards destroyed the world recently.
Yeah, and essentially. Whoops. Yeah.
It happens, you know.
Yeah, but essentially, like the Hickman Fantastic Four work unraveled Marvel Comics, just from a story, like structure of it being a shared universe. Like he did dismantle the Marvel universe as we know it, and I guess that's a little bit of our topic today, which is we will discuss what's happening with Marvel right now compared to DC, what some of our insights into that, the state of the union, kind of for both companies, okay? But sure. But before we get into that, you and I haven't sat down for a while and talked geek. We used to have long film conversations. Calling each other all the time. Sometimes you would call me in like the worst situations, which I always love. Sometimes I picked up too because I'm like, I want to talk to Mark while I got this this naked girl on the bed, like waiting for me. I'm talking to Mark about like Scott Snyder's Batman.
Was a good choice.
Yeah. So I've seen a couple movies. I just want to know if you've seen them and what.
Sure, I've seen them.
You absorb way more content than myself. Green Room.
You know, I didn't see Green Room. That's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I want to because that has the unfortunate one of the last performances of Anton Yelchin.
Okay.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
I highly recommend Green Room.
Okay.
I think it wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but it essentially is like a 12 Angry Men.
It's a noir movie, essentially, right? They're literally get stuck in a room.
They're in a room, and I love movies like that. The latest movie I saw in that vein was Buried with Ryan Reynolds.
Okay.
Okay, where he's in the.
I saw the trailer, I never saw it. Yeah, almost like Snowpiercer was the same thing too. It's like we're stuck, we got to go forward, we have to make a decision.
And Buried with Ryan Reynolds, I think I got that title right. That movie is just phenomenal. Doctor Strange. I was late to the party on Doctor Strange, though.
I like Doctor Strange a lot. I give it like a solid B+. I understand why he can't be weird. It is very much a Phase 1 Marvel film. It is an origin story. The first, so they do make him likable. I do buy into the fact when he becomes more of an asshole later. Because I do like that he doesn't know how to do everything, and they didn't have him be Sorcerer Supreme immediately. So I thought that was great. He had like 3 tricks.
Yeah.
And I thought that was kind of cool.
I think that them portraying him as almost a victim of his own success was something that was unexpected, because it's hard for you to think he's a complete maniac when he's a surgeon.
Right.
When he's saving lives, and people compared it to Tony Stark early. And I thought that was a bad comparison, because Tony Stark was he was only in it for himself. And in the first Iron Man, when he kind of breaks down with Pepper, when he tells her like, "This is the mission. This is all I have. This is all we're doing."
Right.
Like that was like one of Marvel's best arcs, like mid movie, where the character literally took a turn and you understood it. I think Strange kind of had like a similar. Where Strange had like a similar turn to where like you're just watching that movie and he has become a different character. Like he's not this like ego driven, like I guess House like, right? The House TV show.
Right,
guy.
But I feel he was a bit more likable, and I think that I really liked when towards the end when he's taken on everyone and he's out there and he knows how to do some of the spells. And Mordo's questioning him, and even Wong's like, Mordo understands more of the universe itself and knows that it's like you will have ramifications. I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I don't really know. I'm just trying to keep the world in place.
Yeah.
Like that's all. Like
And quick side note, I love the explanation of how the protection worked on Earth. Like the different houses, like created the force field or the magic spell on Earth, and I thought that was so well explained, like similar to like the origin of the Infinity Stones and Guardians
Right.
of the Galaxy,
Right.
where it was kind of really geeky information, and they were just like, poof, like here we go, like and boom,
Right.
it's like stuck. You
But
know?
they showed the Celestials like during Guardians. I was like, "There's a Celestials." Like I never thought I would see the Celestials.
Well,
And, you know,
or even
so-
even in Doctor Strange when they talk about the Living Tribunal,
right.
and they kind of refer to Dormammu as the World Eater,
Right.
the Eater, and so it's like shit, like.
Yeah.
It, like, is he Galactus or is he? And I even thought the visual of Dormammu, because he still had the lines in his face,
Yeah.
and I'm just like they just found a way to like even do that.
Well, I think that they tested it, and it probably didn't test it. Like Dormammu in the comic books just has lines in his face and just like two eyes and a big gaping fiery mouth. And I don't know if it makes sense.
It's one of the weirdest visuals for a villain,
right.
that
So,
Marvel has.
and I do think the finale is so fun with him. You know, I guess. Well, I'm sure this is a spoil. Everyone understands spoilers, right? We are.
Well, no,
we didn't say it. But basically,
everyone should have seen everything anyway. I don't care. Like we all have access to early content.
Right.
So we're not going to
Right.
screeners. We're no press, whatever. Like
Right.
it's okay. So
well, I just like that his challenge to spoilers, blah blah blah. I love his challenge to Dormammu, and everyone in the theater. I saw it 3 times. Everyone just laughed. And I thought it was such a cool thing. Like, you know, he'd come back. He's like, you know, I come here to bargain. And when it happened over and over again, it didn't become trite. I do love that. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
There's 2 weird time things that they do in the movie, or I should say not do. I don't know how long he trained. Okay. And I would have liked him to say, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They could say he trained for 3-4 years.
yeah, I thought what they were going to do was similar to Dragon Ball Z. And I've only seen a little bit of Dragon Ball Z, but when Goku trains to become a Super Saiyan, they take him to an alternate dimension, or like in a chamber, where almost like Neo in the Matrix, where like 1 year there is like a second here.
Right.
So and he trains for like hundreds of years and comes back.
Right.
And I thought they were going to do something similar with Strange, but I think that and the Eye, like they didn't lead into like the Eye calling him too well, and what his draw and why the Eye maybe was picking him, like and they didn't portray him also as a student that was like heightened to the material that he was feeding himself, to where he became like this X factor amongst that school. Like, you know,
That's exactly right. Yeah, he is the X. It would have fell apart. The Ancient One couldn't beat him. No one could beat Caecilius, essentially, in this concept, with Dormammu's influence.
Yeah.
No one could beat him, except for Strange. So I had to take that outsider. And also, when he's fighting Dormammu, you could have had it the same thing, like you said, with Goku in the other dimension. How long was he there? And if he came back with, like, white temples, you'd be like, well, he was there for, like, 1,000 years. Like, he was there for, like, 10 years fighting him over and over and over again.
I thought they were going to lead into something with him going through the books. And like they were going to do like maybe the 3 rule, where by the 3rd time it was happening against Dormammu, and it depicted up from one of the books. But overall, like I'm still with you on the notion that, like, holy crap, dude, like they kind of did a Doctor Strange movie. Like,
I don't know.
They made a Doctor Strange movie.
Well, I mean, more so. I mean, go back. They succeeded in an Ant-Man movie. Like, I don't understand that to a certain level.
But do you think that movie? Like, I do have a theory on that. I'll get into it real quick. Going back to Bob Gale working on that movie. Okay, and for anyone who doesn't know, Bob Gale is one of the writers of Back to the Future. So he had that property. The property was, at this time, not connected to Marvel. It was just a studio property. And the movie, even then, was supposed to merge comedy and, like, action hero, not even superhero, because there was really no such thing as superhero movies either during that time. But it was supposed to be, like, this weird mix, and he had, like, an angle to make that character comical. And I just feel like Marvel putting that movie out, like, honors even, like, the development hell through the Bob Gale years. And yeah, I think didn't Bob Gale get a comic series out of it? Didn't he do Ant-Man and he did Spider-Man?
What did he do? I know he worked on Daredevil for a bit. I know he worked with Marvel in there somewhere.
Yeah. Like mid-2000s maybe.
Yeah, because he worked on their Marvel Knights. He worked with, like, Casada, and he did a Daredevil with Phil Winslade.
I forget
in the
about
middle.
that. Yeah. Okay.
And it was pretty good. And it was like courtroom drama, like Matt Murdock, which it seems super boring, but all of it was relatively compelling at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, what they did after, I think the sequels were somewhat failures in a way. Iron Man 2 is a bit of a failure. So War of the Dark World's a bit of a failure. And then once they did Civil War, they started to move into concept. They started to move into making a concept film, and then there's a superhero in it. So they made a 70s espionage movie featuring Captain America. Yeah. And his long lost brother, essentially. You know what I mean?
So his dynamic opposite.
Right.
As every single. I mean, I don't know if you would put Doctor Strange in that, but essentially Dormammu too is Strange's dynamic.
Well, it's also Benedict Cumberbatch's face. If you know that he did the and voice, I think too.
Yeah, but I really feel like, just getting back to Doctor Strange, it is that next level for the thread that they're doing for the next few Marvel movies. Like, Doctor Strange is almost like a 0.0, like, internal universe reboot within and what was that, 14th film? Was that the 14th?
I think so, yeah, which is just crazy if you really think about it. And I think that's what, the Civil War to an extent worked. And I think Ant-Man works for audience because, making a heist film, and they had a lot of comedy in that. When he showed up in Civil War is somewhat bleak. The material is very... It moves you around because you're just like, oh, there's a lot of conflict and conflict. So when he shows up, that's a crowd reaction. That was something that I was like, whoa, all right, here. You know what I mean? That's interesting.
Here's the thing. During Christmas, I was sitting down with a little bit of when we were going back and forth. So for a while, we were sitting down watching Civil War. And just real quick to Mark and I tried to set up a bar excursion on Christmas Day, because that's what you do in Christmas in New Jersey.
Right, and then it all falls apart.
Yeah, you go to bars, and so I'm watching it with my family. My mother's never seen it. My sister's never seen it. Her husband's never seen it. Like, a couple of people in the room haven't seen it. I'm answering questions every 5 minutes. And that's where I saw the light that this movie is a complete failure. As great
it's so inside.
Yeah,
it is inside baseball.
But as great as it is, because it really is, they're in their top 5. As great as it is, it's an absolute failure. Because even the opening shot, like with the Winter Soldier, doing his
who's that guy?
His back,
his back the tank,
dude. Like, they open up with the Winter Soldier, and it's like, who's that? And I'm like, oh my god, here we go. And I knew it was all coming at that point. I'm like, F. And real quick, 10 Cloverfield Lane. Where are you with that?
This is a longer discussion. So my problem with movies this year is that I have a concept when I don't know if I need to stop. I love movie trailers, but I feel like I need to stop seeing them. Yeah. Because I feel like when I see a movie trailer, I kind of come up with a concept of what I think the movie's going to be, and then when I see it, the prime example is I saw La La Land, and I thought it was going to be a different movie, and then it wasn't. Even Rogue One, without touching that, I thought that was going to go a certain way. Yeah. And then those scenes weren't in the movie. Yeah. So and then I'm just waiting for the scene, because I may have liked the scene in the trailer, and I was like, oh, I'm waiting for it. Here it comes. Yeah. And it doesn't show up, and I'm like, what did I just say? Did I just see the movie? So I get confused. It's getting confusing now, because they're putting so much emphasis on making the trailer so compelling that when, even Force Awakens did it, Amazing Spider-Man 2 did it a ton. That was a totally different movie that came out. All these movies, they make the trailer. I mean, the Suicide Squad second trailer, like the Bohemian Rhapsody trailer, is the best movie you'll see all year. Yeah. If that was a movie and not a 3-minute cool music video. But, that wasn't the movie. None of these movies are the movie. What movie did you ask me about? 10 Cloverfield Lane? Yeah, 10 Cloverfield Lane. Yeah. I feel like in a certain mindset, I thought that was going to be a different movie, and then it wasn't exactly. Yeah. And I wish I didn't see anything about it.
I'll tell you one thing with Cloverfield. I think it was the movie that was pushed up until the end, and it's either you buy into how it wraps up or you don't. I thought I'm kind of sick of, like, every single alien that visits Earth has some type of seeker thing or animal that picks up the strays. I'm just sick of
that's the J.J. Abrams Alien.
It's J.J. Abrams Alien. It's in that movie Skyline. It's in War of the Worlds. Where they all have scenes of these seekers. And I'm just like, come on. Yeah. Like, they could.
It's an old drawing too. It's like, you know what I mean? It's an old kind of concept.
It is. like Survivor, like being a survivalist.
Yeah.
And having this danger out there, and it's looking for you, and all your friends are dead. I get it, but but I just wish with the direction they went in that finale, that they kind of pushed it a little bit further, because the movie has you up until like when she escapes and gets out, and I thought the way like that was shot and just put together was awesome, and I do think it's a great movie. I really do. I think
it's really good. I feel the same way with like Cabin in the Woods, where I thought that was gonna be a different movie and then it wasn't, but I liked that pretty much all the way through. But then when I watched it again, I was like, I was taking it apart a bit more. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, these are very. I mean, what's really great about it is that they're really pushing things around. So I find that fascinating. I find that they're going to push that movie.
Yeah.
You know, and that movie should not have been. Studio normally would not have been made. It doesn't make sense.
Do you think it's connected to Cloverfield?
I think it can be. I think they can just make loose sequels like this. I think that's fine. You put out a weird. Like, what if you made a strange, like, mythology like this? I don't need everything to be so neat. You know, I don't need...
I'm with you on that.
You know, I think that would be kind of fun to have, like, a quote-unquote spiritual sequel. You know, just put Cloverfield in the title, because you know what? Even if it's not super connected, it does... I like the first Cloverfield. I think it's really great.
I think, that did kickstart the kaiju experiment in Hollywood.
I just think it's...
led to Pacific Rim and Godzilla.
Yeah, I just think that, like, the way... that I was just uncomfortable and I couldn't really see a lot of stuff. They just they were able to just keep me going with it, and I thought it was compelling.
Yeah,
you know,
it's been a while. I watched that not too long ago.
Yeah,
a couple of years went by, and it still moves.
On Thanksgiving, I think Pacific Rim was playing, and I put it on, and people were walking through like, "What is this? I don't know what this is." I'm like, "You should sit down. Like, you're gonna have fun with it. Let's go."
I think Pacific Rim is next to Tron Legacy, the two best universe building movies that we've seen.
We're the only one that like Tron
I don't
Legacy.
know why. I have no idea. That movie is so tight.
Me and you.
Tron Legacy is so...
And Speed Racer, with those three movies.
Yeah, that's kind of like the Pete and Marc movie club.
That's our trilogy of people who don't know.
I watched Speed Racer for the end. Like when he corrects himself.
Milk.
And he's about to win the race. And he sees all these moments in his life converging.
Oh, it's nuts.
Like, it's converging towards that finish line. And it's almost like, wow, like what? Like, and that's almost a life lesson in that sequence right there. It really is kind of like marching towards a goal, like running towards something. I think the reason... being unstoppable.
We talked about Speed... I mean, God, I don't know how many hours we talked about Speed Racer, but I think the Speed Racer movie, for the most part, I was trying to explain to someone who doesn't understand it, and I said, look, it's just earnestness. Like, I love that it's earnest. I love that his name's Speed, that they have a brother and that's a monkey. That it doesn't mean it's fine. You know what I mean? And then I just love that, you know, my favorite scene in the movie is when Sparky goes to Speed. He's like, hey, I'm looking forward to that cold milk. And Speed's like, me too. And it's so, that's right. Because when you win a race, you drink cold milk, okay? Yeah. And I mean, the opening sequence, I think the opening sequence for storytelling purposes, it introduces every character, introduces the conflict, it sets up the world in like 11 minutes. It's 3 separate timelines. It's fantastic.
And it also
beautiful.
Sets up his psychology when he's doing the drawings in school and kind of like flunking out of school as a kid, like almost like manifesting his destiny.
Right.
Like
I only want to do one thing. I'm only good at one thing. This is the thing that I do, and I'm going to do it. So that's it.
Lace movie real quick, and I wanted to jump this into like a shorter discussion. War Dogs.
No, didn't see it.
Didn't see it. Okay, so we're going to talk about trailers. There's only one trailer I want to know your point of view on. Ghost in the Shell.
You know, I don't know. I feel like it's going to flop. I feel like it's going to be exactly like the Aeon Flux movie. Yeah. I feel like it's the Charlize Aeon Flux movie again. It's going to come out. The only X factor in this is that I feel like Scarlett Johansson, if she's in a movie, like what did Lucy made a ton of friggin' money. Yeah,
Lucy was, I think, the last female action role.
I made a ton of money, and that's what. As soon as I made a ton of money, and it's good.
Maybe Fury Road, yeah. I mean it's part fantasy. It's like limitless super action.
Right. Movie. So I feel like that, and also release date is so important because I feel like we're getting hungry. audiences for the most part, like they're just used to something. So I kind of feel like when it comes out, it'll be part curiosity. So it could, I think it could. I just feel like it's not going to hit exactly. It's going to be mid-level. I think it'll do okay. I just feel like I don't think her design. I understand the designs. I've seen the designs. I don't think it looks futuristic enough. I don't know. Something about it's not hitting.
It's too close to the source material. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was too dedicated to the manga. And to jump into it, Ghost in the Shell is probably what, top 5 Japanese stories, comic books, graphic novels.
Sure. Yep.
I can never pronounce the guy's name. That Misamu Shiro.
I just always say Shiro.
Yeah.
Masamune or something like that.
And I think his contribution to the art form was his drawing of tech, which was a part of the 90s revolution. Everyone drew tech like him, and kind of borrowed a lot from John Byrne's Fantastic Four run.
Right, and the other thing that has it going against it is that depending if it's a slow news week, if no one dies, and 2017, has it killed anyone yet? 2017, has anyone died this week? I don't know. I'm sure, but I don't mean to be callous, but it was really bad the last 3 weeks of the year. There was a big campaign as soon as it was right around the summertime. So Doctor Strange's coming out. The Ancient One primarily was he was Tibetan, I think, in the normal comic books. So that was a white Irish woman in the movie, so people had things to say. What do they call it? Whitewashing? Is that the term for it?
Yeah, and whitewashing. Real quick though, so Doctor Strange was accused of whitewashing,
right? Because the Ancient One wasn't a and what's funny, if you go back to the '60s, it is a terrible
almost racist.
It is a racist portrayal of this like Tibetan monk. Yeah, like it's horrible.
But here's the other thing though. Mordo of Doctor Strange lore was reverse whitewashed into a black man.
Right. No one will talk about that.
No one will talk about that. Right. Which is
totally
so ironic. And you saw the final credit sequence of Doctor Strange,
course.
right?
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know that was there. I was just talking with my friend, my buddy John that I saw it with. We were just talking in the theater and just chit-chatting about like other things, and we just let the credits roll, and I was like, oh, maybe there's something, we'll just like hang here. So it comes on and I saw Benjamin Bratt, and I immediately thought, I said, son of a bitch, so you're gonna put Benjamin Bratt in the Marvel U, like he's gonna be somebody. And I'm like, son, and then they like take his power, and I'm like, yes, Benjamin Bratt's out.
You just care about Benjamin Bratt, you don't care about the motivations of Baron Mordo.
I'm just like, he is.
But see, like they did a good job. They did a Loki with Mordo. Mordo in the comics was always a little sinister.
Yeah,
and it was the same character, but he was always. But to me, in the movie, they did a better job because he was so dedicated to the Ancient One. And now he's going to flip, and I like it. I think that's great.
Yeah, and didn't Mordo? I'm really rusty on this. Didn't he consult Adolf Hitler in the comics? I thought he was Adolf Hitler's like astrologist or something. I always remembered him being
I wouldn't put it
to
past
Hitler.
it. Yeah,
and that was like the Nazi regime was Mordo.
Yeah.
And this, which makes it even more ironic that it's a African American.
It's
playing his role now.
I mean, if you go back, I mean, Red Skull, like I know he was next to Hitler, in a lot of Kirby comics.
Yeah.
The Kirby comics that they made, those the 60 like kind of stop motion like art card. There was like an early Flash animation.
Those were great.
But they had Hitler in that, and they called him something else, and they took the mustache out. I used to watch those at the shop. Like we used to watch them and love them.
Yeah, I remember you guys used to play
fun. Like because it's Jack Kirby comics moving around.
Yeah,
it's super fun.
Yeah. Which was a technique that even went up to St. Kitts, the Max for MTV.
Oh yeah, I love that.
It's the best. It's so weird. It's so because the Max was never a seminal comic.
No,
but that's how much of a boom the 90s were, even for animation, where they were just like, okay, like take this one off the top of the stack, and we're going to run with it.
But how good was like MTV at that time? You had Liquid Television. You had, the Head was weird. You had Daria starting after that. You had the Max. You had lots of interesting stuff. When they had Liquid Television, they had the Anflux cartoons. Neo Tokyo was in there.
Dude, I remember
it was nuts.
Staying up at night, like late at night, to watch Liquid Television reruns just for Anflux.
It's like 6 minutes.
Blew
Beautiful.
me away. Like I couldn't. It was so freaking weird. And I don't know what he's doing now. Peter
Chung, yeah.
I don't know what he's someone I should know. I really should know off the tip of my brain, but
I don't think he's doing anything relevant, really. I mean, that was
his
25 years ago.
His latest thing was he had a sequence in Animatrix,
right?
Called Matriculation.
And that was more of like the Wachowskis are us. The Wachowskis are fans like us. Yeah. They're geeks. So that's what's great.
But I always felt like his segment could have been its own movie where the humans go into the dreams of the machines.
Right.
Like they reverse Matrix. The
I have to watch that again. That was very good.
It was Animatrix is phenomenal. Every single one counts. Every single one matters. And that was it for the Matrix.
That was it. Just stop there. You go Matrix, Animatrix,
and we're done.
And then go get some beer. Let's get out of here. You know what I mean? Like we're good.
And
then just watch Speed Racer. That's fine.
Yeah, no, jump right into Speed Racer.
I like Ninja Assassin, even though they didn't direct that technically.
I like Ninja Assassin. I love Cloud Atlas. For some reason,
we're the two. I like Cloud Atlas with the caveat that I think Tom Hanks feels like he's in a Saturday Night Live sketch in every scene he's in, because Tom Hanks to me can't not be Tom Hanks. Even though there's a movie coming out soon called The Circle. Did you see that, where he's playing like a Steve Jobs-esque person?
Yeah,
and that looks interesting.
Is he not doing Oscar grabs with every role now?
I don't think he has to. I wish Denzel and I wish Denzel and Will Smith would get out of that too, because the Collateral Beauty thing.
What is that movie? Please tell me you saw that. You know
what? I read about it.
I want to get drunk and see that movie.
I think we should do that.
I just want to do fireball shots and see that movie.
Okay, this is what I mean when I talked earlier about how trailers destroy concept. Okay, so that movie in the trailer. Okay, so let's go. Everyone's seen the trailer. Everyone go right now. Well, don't pause it, but you can just. So the trailer is this. So Will Smith is upset. He's grief-stricken over his daughter dying, okay? He's talking to Naomi Harris for some reason, and he's talking to all of the people that are in his company. So he runs a company with all the other Oscar people. So he runs it with Oscar nominee Michael Pena, Kate Winslet, Oscar winner, Norton, I don't know if Norton win, doesn't matter. Norton Oscar person, so Edward Norton, and they're all his quote-unquote friends, boardroom, okay? So the trailer has that, they say, well, he's acting crazy. He's writing letters to concepts. He's writing letters to death, time, and love.
How would they know that, though, if he's just...
I don't know. I don't know if he's telling them. Yeah. So he's mailing them. So I'm not sure if they're hijacking them. I'm not sure. So that's mail fraud. Okay, that seems weird. So anyway, so he's writing these letters. Maybe he's giving them, someone in the mailroom gives it back to the people. They read it and are like, huh. So the movie... So then all of a sudden, Helen Mirren shows up, and she's death. Okay, and then there's... I don't know, some new young African-American guy. He's there, and he is, what was he? Time? I don't remember. I think he's Time. And then Love is Keira Knightley, okay, Oscar nominated, and Helen Mirren's Oscar. So I don't know, there's 7 or 8 Oscar people in this.
Do women Oscar nominations matter?
I don't know. But
I don't think they do when there's not enough roles to go around for a full run of nominations.
When Helen Mirren gets 5... out of 6 nominations, I understand. But see, here's the thing. So people know me. I like magic realism. I think the magic realism. So I'm like, okay, cool. It's kind of maybe it's like a Christmas Carol. It's coming out on Christmas.
Yeah, it's kind of
it's kind of like that.
It's like Big.
Yeah,
I
like it that there's personifications of concept. I'm like, all right, that's cool. And then they're answering him, and maybe that. So do you have any idea what the twist of this movie is?
No, wait.
So that's the trailer. So I'm thinking about this. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I know it seems really cheesy, but maybe it'll be like Love Actually, which is kind of super cheesy, but you like it anyway. You know what I mean?
Love Actually is phenomenal.
I don't know. I think it's really cheesy. I think it's bad.
I love Love Actually.
I watch it. Yeah, but I know it's bad.
I just saw it for the first time a couple weeks ago. Not for the first time. For the first time in a long time. Okay. A few weeks ago. I completely forgot that movie. I knew, you kind of know who's in it, and that's it. I the only other thing I remembered was they had somewhat of a curvy, chubby girl play Monica Lewinsky. Okay, That's the only thing.
It's
the only thing I
remember. The prime minister, right? Or no? Yeah, the prime minister.
He's the PM, and it's Monica Lewinsky because she dresses like her throughout the entire movie.
Right.
Like the blue dress, she has the beret on, like everything.
Yeah, she has the hair, the ponytail.
Dude, I forgot how cute that girl is.
The Monica Lewinsky person.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what actress. Dude, she is so freaking cute.
I do remember that.
I'm watching that movie, and I was like,
who was the prime minister? Was that Hugh Grant?
Yeah, Hugh Grant. But he's also kind of funny and ironic because if he's maybe in the Bill Clinton position, and he got caught with that hooker that time, that led to his divorce.
That didn't do anything to his career, though. It's fascinating. That did guys can just get away with anything.
Yeah,
and the Eddie Murphy stuff got blown over too, right? Remember, didn't he pick up hookers all the time? Yeah. That's cool. That's fine. Not a big deal.
R. Kelly still
has pissing on people. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Not even that. But see what it is. Here's the funny thing.
Mine is right. Yeah. Anyway,
but here's the funny thing. If you make a movie and you do it, it's fine. If you play football and you do it, you are the devil. You're the devil. The devil has walked into the room. Okay,
so we have to close. Okay, so real fast, the collateral beauty. This is the thing that actually happens.
Tell me the twist.
All right, first off, so the board members, to find out. So Edward Norton, Kate Winslet, and Pena, the guy from Ant-Man. Anyway, so they realize this. So they actually they go down to like a local acting troupe, and they hire those actors. They hire people as actors.
What?
They hire actors. Those are actual actors in the movie.
Oh.
So they hire actors. Now this is where it gets even weirder.
They Mandarined.
Right, but they hire actors to act as if those are the characters. Okay. And so they go up to Will Smith and Helen Mirren as an actor in the movie. I know this is getting meta, but she says she's all that. She's lying to him, and this is where the weird thing. This gets even weirder. So Ed Norton and Michael Pena Kate Winslet, they film Will Smith's character talking to these people, right? Then they go in and they digitally their plan is to digitally erase these people, so it looks like Will Smith is walking around town talking to no one, to show to the other board members, to have him thrown out of his own company. Wow. I'm not making this up. This is the weirdest turn. And I'm like, so there's no magical realism. They're actually people trying to mess up with someone who is grieving of his daughter. It just seems all weird and cruel. It's not collateral beauty at all. It seems like collateral damage, like really terrible people because they want to keep a company together. What? Just go put them on suspension, send them to an island. What are you talking about?
But this is a little bit. We'll touch on this, and we talked about this in our kind of green room pre-screener conversation. Do you think that's another case of Hollywood taking you to school? Do you think it's another thing we have to show you how evil companies are and that corporations are the devil? Well,
yeah, I mean, you have a couple movies that this year. So say Sully, right? So Sully comes out, but it wasn't heavy-handed
But they all fail though. Every single one of these movies
I think that scene fails because it's the scene in Sully where they have where the bad FAA, he didn't do the right thing, and if he didn't do that, and you're kind of but you're right. Yeah. I felt very taken to school at that point. Loving did that a little bit. I saw Loving, which was a true case of
how was
it's very good, super quiet and slow.
Okay.
So it's so slow. I don't know. It could be a little bit. They could have a couple. I would like an Oscar scene. I don't know. I feel weird. I feel the same thing. I saw Manchester by the Sea, and there's only one, maybe 15-second clip that is Oscar-y.
Yeah.
And if I had a couple other parts of the movie that were a little bit louder, I would have liked that more.
So, leapfrogging real quick before we jump on to our topic.
Our actual
topic. La La Land.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think what's standing in that movie's way for?
I think people will not. I'm not going to spoil the ending. I think people will not like the ending.
You think they're going to reject? Okay.
Yeah, without saying anything. I think people will just be I think the ending's somewhat polarizing. Someone talked to me today and said, I know, and it was just did not like the ending.
Okay, everyone
it's having trouble,
especially women. Every single girl I know that's seen it loves it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it seems to kind of have captured people. Now, do you think the ending is any, I would say, polarizing as Birdman? Where Birdman's ending is really, you're almost like now I have to think. Like before it's like go 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 go, and now you kind of reach a point in Birdman, and then you're just like I gotta think now.
Well, I kind of think that I think the magic of La La Land to a certain level is that they stage certain things. I think the characters are somewhat important, then all of a sudden they're not important, and the staging is more important. And I think that the movement and the dancing and the lights and the mood. I mean, to me, I heard it on it was another podcast. I love being on a podcast, quoting on the podcast. But film, I don't want to steal the quote. But someone on Film Spotting said it was like a mood ring. So the lighting moved, and they would just like isolate. And I was like, so I liked it because I love color. Like if anyone knows what I do in my art and stuff like that, I love color like ridiculous. So color combinations, I understand what they mean, and they just do such a good job with that. And I feel that like that's so good, and I just wish. But then I think when they have some of the scenes and they sound, they want to pay homage, I think, to old Hollywood movies like this. So they have dropped in music, so they've dropped in lyrics, so and they're lip syncing to it, and you know that. Yeah. But to me, the best scene in the movie is when they're kind of screwing around on the piano and they're singing live, even if it's bad. Like almost like the Les Miserables movie a couple years ago was a failure, but everyone's singing live. There's something to that. I think there's something. It's a bit more electric. And I think it was staged that way. It was purposely done. You know, the person saw it was like, well, it was purposely done like that because that's supposed to be like a Busby Berkeley send up, or it's supposed to be this type of send up, or that movie, or Gene Kelly send up. And I'm like, okay.
I really think that movie is going to get the Academy Award.
Absolutely,
because it's another crap year for movies.
It's The Artist. It's The Artist again. I don't know how many times we're going to watch La La Land in a couple years. I mean, it could be what I think is interesting.
Most Academy Award winning movies you don't like.
Shakespeare in Love won.
Yeah, that was the marketing genius of the Weinsteins to beat out Saving Private Ryan.
Right.
Okay, but the thing is though, I like most Oscar-winning movies are not watchable more than a few times. Mm-hmm. They're tough to watch. Like Deer Hunter is a tough movie to watch.
Right.
Gandhi
it's a one-timer.
Is a tough movie to watch. Schindler's List, I've seen once. I am okay with that. Like.
I had to watch it twice. Saw it once to watch it in film school. Yeah.
Okay. So let's get in. I had this whole Michael Bay discussion.
Yeah. Oh, to be fair, just real quick. Yeah. So like I did like a rough top 10. La La Land's still my number one because I feel that not about the characters. There's a couple speeches in it that I think the writing is ridiculous. There's a speech about jazz that everyone will know when they see it. It's fantastic. It's the best explanation of jazz from visual medium. Plus, it's not about. The concept of like going after your dreams is what the movie's about to a certain level, and the way that's explained a few different times in the movie. And it's about there's a part where there's a part of the end of the song when she's in audition, she's singing about the dreamers, the painters, like that they have a struggle and they have trouble, and I think that's what the movie's about. And I think that 10% of the people will get it, and that's what I think the movie works because people are going to get it on all different levels. My mom will love it because people are dancing. Yeah. Like my grandma will love it because the colors are pretty. Like everyone's going to love it for different reasons.
It's right place, right time with the right elements.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of, and there's
all the performances are fantastic. Like everyone's fantastic. So,
we'll talk more about your top 10.
I could probably give you my top 5 of
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk more. But so I did have this little bit of a Michael Bay discussion, or like a quick analysis linked to War Dogs because I just so I just saw War Dogs yesterday. Mm-hmm. As soon as that movie finished, I said this is Pain and Gain, starring the great Mark Wahlberg and The Rock. Okay, I said this is that same exact movie, and Pain and Gain is 100 times better, 100 times just funnier.
Neither movie did well, to be fair.
Yeah, the points are more clear in Pain and Gain. War Dogs just seemed like watered down. There was just like all these elements that didn't really work. But so I started looking into Michael Bay, and I'm like, why? So I looked up both movies on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, Pain and Gain, 49% critics, 47% audience. War Dogs, 60% critics, 71% audience. And then at that point, I'm just like, no. Like, there's a bias. There's 100% bias of these, like, cinephiles. Like, cinefiends that are on their high horse preaching about movies, and they're preaching down to people. And so I just looked up the top grossing directors in Hollywood history, domestic. Do you know where Michael Bay ranks on that list?
Like, director, 2.
He is number 2.
Yeah, Cameron than him.
Well, no, number 1 is Spielberg.
Oh, okay.
Well, here's the thing: Cameron is most bang for the buck because he's made only 9 movies, and his movies are just under $2 billion.
All right, and Spielberg's made 30.
Well, yeah, Spielberg has made 30 movies, and he's at $4.3 billion. Now,
really 30? I get that right?
Yeah, the last 17 movies of Spielberg, no one remembers.
The BFG,
the War House, the War Horse.
Oh yeah,
Let's go see the War Horse. Okay,
I cried during War Horse a lot.
But Michael Bay is number 2 with 12 movies, $2.2 billion. He's just inching out Peter Jackson, also with 12 movies, for $2.1 billion. Like, isn't that amazing? This guy that people... So, if you just can... The sheer fact that people vote by their dollar. Like, you can't trick people to see a movie more than once or to buy the DVD, especially DVD sales, right? I think if a movie does well on DVD, like, you're not tricking people. There's no, like, very little campaigns are done for DVDs to begin with, okay? And, yeah, so number 4, Zemeckis, 19 movies. Roughly $2 billion. James Cameron, $1.9 billion. And worldwide, Michael Bay is number 4 at $5.7 billion. He's 2 domestic, 4 worldwide. So it's just beyond me because I can sit down and watch Armageddon or like The Rock, and believe it or not, I think the Transformers has a cohesive universe. I mean, even though like the backstory goes backwards, like every movie goes further back. In the backstory,
right. They're going to the Orion Pax now. They're going to go back like even further in the new one.
Yes,
and I'm like, oh, all right, So,
but at the same time, it's logical. It does make sense, and it's also a movie starring giant freaking robots that transform into cars, and how
how
much
movie
sense does it really have to be?
I think since the first one, there's a scene where the human gets thrown up, and then the Transformer has to do some weird long backflip, and it gets better in every movie.
It does, yes.
And every movie, I'm just like, oh no, like he's not going to get caught by a Transformer. But I love it. The most recent one was the most fantastic. Like that was like you can't deny that. So I can't wait for the new one where Mark Wahlberg is going to fall. Mark Wahlberg and any woman who's going to be cast, British or otherwise, is just going to be thrown, and then they have to get caught, and there has to be a triple flip from Optimus Prime. Yeah, and then I'm like, oh no, I really. And I don't think they're very good movies. I can't help myself. Well, I don't. They go back to their popcorn movies.
Yeah,
That's what's good.
Yeah, it goes back to like how are we gauging a good movie? Because like at the end of the day, it really is. Let's be pretentious and say Crash is a Academy Award winning movie, and sit people down. You know what? And whatever.
Now you've
seen it once or twice.
Oh, you know what? That's like such a Taken to School. That's what you said earlier. The Taken to School. Crash is such a Taken to School movie.
It is a Taken. Yeah, Crash is like we're gonna make you.
We're gonna make you racist.
Yeah.
We're gonna make you be. You're gonna hate everyone. You're gonna feel bad about it. You said that one thing one time.
You're gonna be freaked out by a cop trying to pull you out of a car. You're about to die, but you're afraid for that cop to touch you.
The person you just picked up in the hitchhiker's gonna kill you, and now you're a jerk.
You're a jerk because you got killed.
And you killed him.
Yeah.
Like every scene, you're like, am I that person? Who am I? Am I the person who got killed? Did I kill that person? Yeah. But in that movie, I feel that was a movie in the theater that I was like, oh no, this is good. Like I don't know, I feel like that fooled everyone that year.
What should have? I feel like
I don't
was
remember
it Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
I think so, and that's such a more watchable film, like and such a more like relevant film,
visceral,
and it's just beautiful. And it had like 7 or 8 set pieces that are one equally better than the last. I mean, it's insane. All of Ang Lee's early work. You know, his new movie came out and just went away. Supposedly it's terrible.
What?
It had a horrible title, too.
What was his NC-17 rated movie that had full penetration? XYZ?
I don't even know if I XY. I don't even know if I thought about it.
I guess Hulk killed that guy.
He did Life. No, he did Life of Pi, and that was great.
Yeah, Life of Pi was great.
Yeah, and that was a good. When even to talk about Doctor Strange for 1 second, Doctor Strange was the best film I've seen probably since Avatar in 3D. Because when the sequences fell down,
I didn't see it in 3D, but it looked like it was.
When the buildings fell down, and then when he went to I went with my friend Walt, and when it went to like fire escapes. Yeah. And it kept falling down the fire escapes. There's a part where he fell, and I was like, I know I gasped like, oh, like in the theater. I'm like, oh, like I made noises, and I was like, holy crap! Like I feel dizzy. I think I'm falling, and I think that scene. So I kind of feel that's what it needs to go to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. I feel like I thought Doctor Strange was going to be the biggest 3D movie ever because the material.
That one sequence
just
is pretty
lent itself to 3D.
There's like 3 or 4 super good sequences, and I don't know if we're gonna recapture like Avatar never recaptured anywhere else.
Yeah, and for the record, Avatar was that our first movie, our first.
One of the first ones, I think so.
Where you put your hand on my leg.
That was surround.
I did the popcorn trick.
That's right.
With always a classic. The
classics.
The Mickey Rourke diner.
Fool me 5 times.
Yeah. So the topic today, we were texting, and this. So people know. We're at almost 12 o'clock here. 12 o'clock midnight.
Is it snowing?
I think that it was snowing a little bit.
Whiteout.
Yeah.
Huge whiteout.
Possible few inches coming in. Yeah.
Sacrifice it all for this.
You worked until night.
Yeah.
I worked all day. I'm still actually in my work clothes.
Yeah, me too.
And,
my plaids.
Yeah. And like there's a lot of prep that I have to do for the podcast. There's just things I have to get in order. But you and I were just said, look, let's start recording at 10 o'clock ish. Like you'll get here around 9:30, and let's just do this. So you and I, like, we kind of have full lives. We juggle a lot, but what we're doing is a part of what we absorb and love. Mm-hmm. Like you might be the only other person other than myself that I know that loves this media. Mm-hmm. The people that contribute to it, and just kind of connecting with people that you maybe like never meet, but you kind of respect their opinions, and you kind of grow from that. I think there's like a dopamine drip that happens to podcasting. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so like we're still going. We were texting back and forth all week, and you said that you kind of was like, "Hey, let me bring you up to speed on comic books." Because
I think every time we go out, it's the same thing. We go to the same bar, and I'll start saying something like, "Hey, are you reading blank?" And you go, "No," and I'll go, "Oh my God, this is going on." And then you're like, "Well, what's happening in this?" And I kind of know, whether I know it or not, I kind of know what's going on in that. And then there's other things that you have that you know what's going on. So we have this weird thing. So we're going to try to replicate that. And you go, "I don't understand this thing," and I say, "Well, I know all about that dumb thing." So, you know what I mean? So
So tell me about the article that triggered this topic thread.
So there was an article a couple of days ago that Marvel's had market share for the past year or so, and a lot of people. So it's on bleedingcool.com, and a lot of the retailers put in the reorders, and then they report that to Bleeding Cool and say, "Hey, these are my top 10," and pretty much between 8 to 9 out of the 10 were all DC. So DC has a series where they just changed everything again. For like the second time in 2 years, essentially.
Second time in 2 years.
Yeah.
How many times overall has DC?
Or no, wait, that's a 50. Well, it's
rearranged or like completely rebooted.
Let's see,
Crisis,
0 Hour, Infinite Crisis,
Identity Crisis.
That just kind of reset elements, but for the most part, it was.
So
it made it very Marvel. Identity Crisis is funny. It was very Marvel because there was a murder and it was a lot of humans like behavior.
Yeah.
And the thing between DC and Marvel, just to kind of give everyone kind of a concept, what we believe. I think, not speaking for you, but what we think. So with Marvel, it's all character and flaw, and with DC, it's all gods and archetype. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. Really broad scope. Meaning that you think of like the archetype Superman, you don't be like, well, and when you think about Marvel characters like Spider-Man, oh, he's a geeky teenager, Hulk's out of control, like it's all emotion, it's all range of Stan Lee's crazy emotions.
Yeah.
That's what the Marvel universe is it was all inadequacies.
Yeah, so essentially DC is always in the position of re-jump starting their status quo, mostly because they don't have an easy foundation like Marvel did. Where Marvel kind of did have a 0.0 in the 60s, and their idea was, we'll just put things in like New York City, modern day, and we'll go from there. And they didn't know what they were doing at the time. They were just
they all started at the same
selling
time.
comics.
There was like one guy, maybe two guys. Some of those are ghost written by like Stan Lee's brother, like, you know what I mean. But it's pretty much 1 to 2 guys just architecting everything.
Yeah.
Whereas DC started in 38, Superman, they were like, we need an opposite Superman. I don't know, Batman, and then
they're playing off of each other.
Right.
You have Challengers of the Unknown with DC, then you have Fantastic Four with Marvel. Okay, and that ping pong match goes back and forth.
And Justice League started, and then it was either one of the two, and then they're like, we need to do the same thing, Avengers. Like, it was kind of the same, back and forth forever.
And a part of DC's problem is that they were kind of like how Mercury gathers. Okay, where they were a little bit like Mercury, and they gathered other companies and were absorbing things, and then always had trouble absorbing that into in continuity.
Right, because they got the Charlton characters, so they got The Question, Captain Atom.
Right. So there was always this, from the early days, multiple Earths, different scenarios, realities,
they built Captain Marvel, which was it was a Superman ripoff to an extent.
Exactly.
And they throw him in, and then it's like, we need 2 of these guys. So it's a lot of strange.
Which is still a thing now, because now you're almost is there any interaction of those 2 characters that is even valuable outside of Kingdom Come?
No, I was gonna say Kingdom Come. You're right. Yeah,
Zero.
Without that, that's
zero.
And that's Mark Waid's brilliance.
That's it.
So Mark Waid and Alex Ross.
Yeah, Mark Waid is, writing wise, I think the biggest contributor modern day.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, he's on.
Because there's nothing that's not great that he's
on two of the Marvel books that I have here to talk about. Right now, we're talking 20 years, 25 years past Kingdom Come. What was Kingdom Come, 96?
Maybe 95,
96.
96, yeah.
So right there. So I mean, we're talking 20 years later. He's writing extremely relevant books right now for Marvel, and he can't work for DC because he's loud. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, sure, he's loud.
So this article, real quick too, was just about hey, here's a heads up. DC has retaken market share over Marvel, and did the article give any analysis? Was there any technical analysis?
Well, most of it that if they talked about Marvel, they just say everything post Civil War II. It does all the identity is the characters, just it's not a cohesive post Secret Wars.
Yeah,
they tried Marvel Now again. I don't know what it's called now.
Well, yeah,
Marvel Now.
So Marvel, essentially, I talked about this with Norm a couple episodes ago. So Marvel put themselves on a path of doing events. I guess would you agree with me that it kind of started with House of M?
Right. Yep.
So House of M, the beginning of the status quo events. Even House of M, to me, was so destructive that it would be a wonderful standalone story. Just off to the side, it became continuity, became status quo. The X-Men have never recovered from House of M. And they took away Marvel's best concept with House of M, which was the X-Men. It was easily their best thing they had going for them. And then, so what's the follow-up? It was House of M, Secret Invasion.
Siege, then they all got Muller.
Heroic Age.
Yeah.
What am I missing after Heroic Age?
I don't know. That's where it all just kind of gets blurry.
It gets blurry.
Then they did the one where Nick Fury's on the moon, Original Sin.
Oh, Original Sin's so bad.
Yeah, there's one
with the Watcher's Eye.
There's one concept that came out that was pretty good. That's the Thor. You're not worthy.
Yes.
And then
yes,
but they need to stop that now. Like we're fine now.
And what was the one where everyone got Thor weapons and became Tron versions of superheroes?
Oh, what the heck was that? That was
Siege.
I don't know.
No, that wasn't Siege.
It was whatever Fraction did. Fraction did it.
Okay.
I forget. I like that. Actually, kind of like that.
Well, I think that was like an awesome fantasy of just having Thor versions of all, like the Marvel villains and all the Marvel heroes. Yeah. I think Colossus got Juggernaut's helmet too during that, or for that.
Right. Yeah.
Like that was awesome. That was like fantasy stuff. And then, so at that point, Marvel spirals. Right? They spiral because of Hickman. Because Hickman does this reality breaking.
Secret Wars.
Yeah, but Hickman essentially unraveled and did explain something, which is like if you're constantly traveling through time, something's going to snap. Mm-hmm. Something snapped, and then they merged all their Earths and dimensions into a single Earth. Mm-hmm. And now we have alternate versions of characters running around the Marvel Universe. And the versions of these characters that we rather have are either dead, missing in action, just forgotten about. Mm-hmm. But Marvel's doing a really big experiment.
Well, they're doing Crisis. It's so funny that they come out with these concepts. They're like, we're so original, like, and they just get into like their concepts. I'm like, no, it's already been done, and that's the thing is I think that things have been done. If it makes sense, it makes sense.
Yeah.
The worst thing I think when they did Secret Wars is that they killed the Ultimate line, which probably needed to get done, but then they cherry picked stuff. They're like, we want to keep this thing and pull that over. We're going to pull over the Ultimates. The Ultimate doesn't make any sense when it's in this universe. It doesn't make any sense.
It does.
And they're not even the Ultimates. It's just like it's there's no Ultimate person in there that was in the Ultimates from the old universe.
It's just a great.
It's Captain Marvel and Alpha Flight.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So I did some research, and we're going to get into your stuff. But in 2005, the comic book industry collectively made $579 million. Okay, and that was roughly a 7% jump from the year before.
That was what year was that?
2015. I might have said 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, 2015.
Okay.
Talking about Secret Wars, because Secret Wars to me was like an idea that captured people for whatever, and to me it always seemed silly on the surface, but it was kind of pushed as this status quo defining series. The name resonated. The name had legacy.
Oh, yeah.
Like technically, it's the fourth Secret War, right? You had Secret Wars 1 and 2.
Secret War.
The Bendis Secret War,
which didn't do anything.
Yeah,
wasn't really that
secret. But what a great idea though. Like the Bendis Secret War, great idea. And then we have the Hickman Secret Wars. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which essentially is the end of his Fantastic Four run and his conclusion of Doom.
Yeah.
Masked as a giant event. Which it still works. I do think Hickman's an architect. I think sometimes his stuff doesn't. I think his ideas are better than what actually comes out, and I think Bendis is a part of that too.
Real quick in that, does Doctor Doom? What happens? Like, does he die? Like, what is his
Doctor
fate?
Doom is completely intact. He survives, and he has a perfect face now, which doesn't make exact sense. And do you know who Doctor Doom is in the Marvel universe right now?
No,
he's Iron Man right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Which
I think well, that's kind of because they're kind of star-crossed lovers with the time travel Excalibur.
Yeah, I do like that. I do think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I want my Tony Stark.
But here's the thing though, Doctor Doom with a perfect face. Like, can you? Because you're better with this than me. Mm-hmm. John Byrne, getting back to him, reveals Doctor Doom's face after years of knowing nothing about what he really looked like. Mm-hmm. It gets revealed.
I think he had like one little scar.
He had one scar, and people are, okay, and then it's like, why do you cover your face? And he's a perfectionist,
right?
And he covers his one tiny scar on his face. To me, that is the ultimate definition of Doctor Doom. That is that is the only way to make a riff on that character, to have a position on that character. That's why I loved in the Fantastic Four movie that everyone hates, the Jessica Alba one, which is, like, watch that movie just for her, and probably Chris Evans' six-pack, but whatever. Is that their Doctor Doom was like he was handsome. He was like a sexy dude. And
He's a nip tuck guy.
He was, yeah. And I always felt like they were on point with that for that reason. But, and then Doctor Doom went back to being scarred.
I think I think in the Wade run, possibly the Wade Ringo run, they burn him or something. Yeah, I think there's something up there where.
So he was back to scarred.
Yeah, and then
crazier. Then he becomes a god with Secret Wars.
Right.
Again, right? Because Doctor Doom tricks the Silver Surfer. Did Doctor Doom ever have the Cosmic Cube?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
He goes back and forth with Tatooine becoming a god. Actually has a run of being a god in Secret Wars. And then now you bring me up to speed with Doctor Doom.
Yeah, so I mean, to go back to the original article was basically saying like what's the disconnect, and what I started to look through today when I was kind of thinking about it, I was on my lunch break and I wrote down none of the characters that you think are the characters are the characters. So when I say, well, who's Doctor Doom right now? He's Doctor Doom, right? And you're like, yeah, and I'm like, no, he's not. He's Iron Man.
Yeah,
and that's where I think the disconnect is, and we talked in our pre-show. In our green room, it's right over there.
Yeah,
right there. Right there is our green room. That you think that Marvel is story building, like world building, to see what the audience would accept.
Yes,
in a way,
I do believe that. Yeah.
Okay,
I think this is one of my early mentors. The first Sal, I kind of had maybe a second Sal mentor, maybe, but this older gentleman, Sal, he used to tell me, throw shit to a wall and see what sticks. And that was like his idea for everything. And in effect, as much as we want to imagine that these things are calculated and people are smart, as soon as you realize that the world was built by people by no one smarter than you, as soon as you realize that there's nothing that exists out there made by someone that is not smarter than you, your perspective kind of changes. These people, especially the people making comic books, because comic books don't even make $600 million a year, which is peanuts.
Right.
Okay? These guys they don't know what they're doing. They're throwing shit to a wall. Marvel wants to gender bend their characters. They want to see what characters can have a flip, can change race, can change sexuality, everything. Is Marvel being too progressive for their own good?
I think, in my opinion, Marvel thinks that they're, like you said, if they make $600 million, yes, that's a lot of money, okay? But in comparison to what the movies make, a movie, Doctor Strange is probably not. It's not making $1 billion, right? But it's making. What does Deadpool make? Is it making $1 billion?
I think Deadpool was under $1 billion. It was close though.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like these movies are. If they're not billion, they're really close. I know we
and
know
now there's
Civil
like
War
4 or 5 a year. I mean, Marvel's putting out like about 3 a year, up to 4 a year. So we're talking, and the thing is that they're not. They don't need to pull from them. They could pull the gist. The Civil War movie that came out has just one concept, just the Superhero Registration Act, just that. That's the only concept that carries.
Yes,
that's about it.
Well, but also though, I feel like it was the only one worth carrying.
That's probably right.
Because there was nothing else in Civil War that you could have taken away.
Yeah, there's too many characters. Like there's too many character juggling, and the motivations are not there, and all the characters aren't there too because of the Fox thing and who has what, and Marvel and Spider-Man over there, and and to me that movie wasn't really anything because they had to do a lot of stuff. But Ant-Man, is there a seminal Ant-Man run? No, the concept's good. Is that Guardians of the Galaxy movie dependent upon the comic books? No, because all those people weren't really together in the books that it was good from. So I don't know. Like Yondu wasn't there. Like things weren't exactly there. but there's enough creativity, there's enough concept in that they can make the movie. So I kind of feel that Marvel's being overzealous. Like, well, we're just going to do all the 15-year work because we know that Chris Evans is going to quit and Robert Downey Jr. is going to quit.
Right.
So will they accept, a 15-year-old black woman as Iron Man? Is anyone going to accept that? We'll do the work for you. And I'm like, they're probably not going to be looking. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if they're going to be looking at Marvel for concept.
But the thing is, though, I think as they took one run of Guardians of the Galaxy, which was like,
it's like 25 issues. They took bits and pieces.
I forget their names. Anning and Abbott.
Dan Abnett and Andy Lanning.
Yeah, which, side note, had a awesome Legion of Superheroes run.
The best run.
Yeah. Well, next to Wade. Wait, I like it that we keep going back to the same guys, but it shows you how few people...
How relevant.
Yeah, and there's only a few...
Yeah, you know what? Wade might be the best writer. Like, think about that, because he's done...
I think he's the best.
Legion of Superheroes is very complex. Okay, there's tons of characters.
It's such a tough idea. Dude, they couldn't even pull off a cartoon of it.
And they should have. That was a pretty good cartoon.
It lends itself so well to a kid's cartoon
bouncing
where
boy and
anything could
lad.
happen. Like, anything happens in a kid's cartoon.
Yeah.
But the kids what that run? 2 seasons?
Maybe not even. It might only went 1.
Jeez. Which is tragic.
Like 14. I don't even think it was like. I think it was 14.
DC
it wasn't even.
Has the worst ideas. They really have the. They have the worst ideas.
Let's elaborate on that.
If there is Marvel's at least linear to where like things are relevant and easily relatable. DC is just stupid sometimes. It's even stupid that the Dark Knight is in the mix with Superman and Wonder Woman. Like you have to accept that because you're told it's cool and it's
the
possible.
Trinity. You mean like Trinity concept? You're like,
yeah,
oh, okay.
It's just like no, but what's Marvel's Trinity?
But don't you think Marvel? Don't you think DC? The thing that I read something a while ago that basically was like, well, Batman. The only reason Batman's probably he's a Marvel character. Like he's a tragic, messed up character.
Yeah,
because a Marvel character.
That's 100% true. That's 100% true.
And it all comes. I mean, when say what you will about Stan Lee, I'm like the one Stan Lee defender. I know.
Oh jeez.
I'm the guy. But listen,
you are the guy.
I'm the one guy. But here's the thing: is I do think
defend Stan Lee?
He's done a lot. I feel like he worked in the machine. I think he worked the machine perfectly.
He worked in the machine, but then again, he
became the machine. He marketed everything. There would not be the universe if it wasn't for that personality of sorts to get things going.
But he was also one of 2 companies that, for the large majority of the U.S. population, had so limited means of entertainment that comics was relevant.
Right.
It was easy. Like it's somewhat of a Michael Jordan argument, and I'm not saying Michael Jordan wasn't fantastic and great and the best ever. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But the talent pool was so high during the Michael Jordan era, someone else would have inherited that role. It would have happened. Mm-hmm. There was so much happening that comic books was a great business at the time. It was a fantastic business. Mm-hmm. Okay? And he did things. I get it. But at the same time, show me one thing he's done outside of his run in the bullpen of literal geniuses working around him. Mm-hmm. Show me something he did outside that bullpen in the early 60s.
That's all he did. He focused on it. That was his concept.
But everything he did outside of that is a complete disaster.
Right, because he needs a collaborator. I think
when he did the DC Imagine series. Yeah. Like, what are we doing? Dude, he did DC Imagine, which was a play on the Stan Lee DC multiverse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No one cared. They all sucked.
Right. Yep. They all were bad.
They all sucked.
Correct. Because they weren't his creations. He was trying to pull archetypes. He was trying to write other archetypes.
They put the best of the best of the best. Jim Lee.
It doesn't matter. None of those people are going to tell him they're doing the wrong thing.
But dude, he had the best collaborators.
He's too old. That's it. He ran out.
No, he was in a wave, and I'm not joking. Anyone could have ridden that wave. That wave.
Know.
If you're working with Jack Kirby, I don't freaking care. I don't care who you are, Jack Kirby.
He had the right whimsy to write it. I feel like he's right. He's the pen man. Listen,
Yeah.
Like I think then go to try to sit down right now and read 10 issues of New Gods. You will fall asleep. You can't read 10 issues of Kirby written New Gods. You can't do it.
I'm not saying
you'd be asleep
it's not tough,
before issue 3.
I will say one thing though. Okay.
They're boring.
Okay.
They look great.
Kirby was never a writer.
Right. That's why you need someone.
But as a talent, he drew the shit out of things that still last today, and it's things that he did on his own.
I don't know. It's too great. I don't know. I'd have to go back and really read. Like
he did, and
I don't
even
think...
for the time, he boosted sales wherever he touched.
Well, he was drawing 5 books.
No name titles though. He boosted the sales. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Stan Lee did Ravage 2099.
Yeah, but that's old Stan Lee, man. It doesn't count. That's like Claremont later. It's Sovereign 7 Claremont. Yeah. You have you have
the Sovereign 7 Claremont. Oh,
so you have,
what a reference!
I know,
dude. What so geeky.
But what I'm saying is,
was that drawn by Travis? Did Travis draw that?
That was Dwayne Turner.
Oh wow!
Yeah, my brain is crazy that I know that.
Well, it's even crazier. I know who Dwayne. The McFarlane disciple, later McFarlane disciple.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but no. What I mean, the reference of that is basically that you have Claremont. Like if you when I read Classic X-Men, when Classic X-Men was coming out, you had the gorgeous Art Adams covers. You have these really, pretty good looking stories inside, and then Claremont would write like a 5 to 10 page backup that would complement the beginning of the issue.
Well, yeah.
And then later on, when the issues got thicker, the Claremont X-Men was just good. You know what I mean? And then I think it got better when Byrne came on and Paul Smith came on, and you had all these people that were what they were doing, they were kind of working with him.
The John Romita Jr. stuff.
I think they're working with him.
Yeah.
But the reason I compare that to Stan Lee is I think that Stan Lee was doing the same. I think he was doing similar things. I don't think anyone's giving him. I think because he took later on when things got too busy and he became more of a businessman. Yeah, he may have went in and scripted, but I refuse to believe that he wasn't in charge of a lot of these ideas and Spider-Man. So you're saying that Ditko came up with Spider-Man completely on his own?
No,
it's not the case. You know what I mean? So
there's an argument that even Kirby was involved with that.
Yeah, I mean that's Kirby design. Drew the first issue, he drew Amazing Fantasy 15's cover.
Yeah, and
that's true.
Character design possibly by Jack Kirby.
Yeah,
but the thing is, though, we have a guy that is there. Mm-hmm. Okay, we never hear from Steve Ditko. He's not there.
No.
Why?
Because he's a crazy person.
But I will say this though. Okay, I think it's ignorance on Stan Lee's part to force like this thing with these cameos, especially in movies that
it's forcing. I think
that he
it's a goof now.
Well, here it is. The people have accepted it because they were told that this was fine, that there was no louder voice for him to be in a Captain America cameo where he has nothing to do with the creation of the character.
Well, yeah,
where he takes credit. If it wasn't for Lloyd Kaufman's appearance in Guardians of the Galaxy, I would be equally pissed at him for Guardians, but Lloyd, we know how influential Lloyd Kaufman was over James Gunn, the director of Guardians of the Galaxy.
He gave his first job, yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it lends nothing but confusion to what the history of comic books are. And it's through strict malice because he's still alive and he still can't give a straight answer to who created these characters and what the revelations were. Like we can go back and trace the origin of a lot of ideas that are well documented in competitive companies. I'm even talking Apple Computer. I'm talking Atari. I'm talking Microsoft. And there's a lot of these like deal point discussions that happen in the inertia of the company that we know for a fact because there's corroboration in story. There's none of that coming from this guy. And I'm telling you, like, I really feel like it's malice. I think that he is too greedy. He's a little bit of that evil business guy that people wish, like, people like Donald Trump were. Mm-hmm. Like, like he is the true danger because these guys are alive, and they can't even. They're like almost like kept in the shadows over fear. and it sucks. It really does, because it especially this generation coming up, they really think Stan Lee was everything when it came to the Marvel bullpen. They think he's everything, and he really wasn't.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it is what it is. I understand what you're saying, but
But like to compare it though, okay? You and I can sit down, okay?
we're sitting down right now.
Yeah, you and I could. Yeah, okay. That just got meta.
That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, and we can
Sitting
discuss
down.
Walt Disney and Ub Iwerks. Do you know who Ub Iwerks was of the Disney studio?
No.
Okay, Ub Iwerks was the insanely talented Jack Kirby of the early Disney studio.
Okay.
Disney needed this guy. His company would fail without Ub. Him and Ub had they had a falling out. Okay, some of it was over Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Okay, the precursor. Disney lost the rights to Oswald. Had to create Mickey Mouse. Okay, but Oswald was like their initial push. Okay. But
That was the original Mickey Mouse, essentially. Okay.
Okay. Now, throughout the years, they had a falling out. Yeah. Yeah. Mark's going to the
Need more
bathroom.
beers.
Mark's getting more beers. Yeah, I'll take another. And yeah, just grab first available. Yeah. And you might as well check to see if it's snowing.
Two-hearted ale. Do you have an opener there?
Opener is right there. It is the skull. What's it look?
Snowing.
Is it really?
Okay.
I think
Oswald.
I think you'll have to spend the night. I think you're sleeping over.
Okay.
We're cracking this. Yeah. So Walt Disney and Ub had this really epic falling out. Okay, but along the path, Disney did correct his relationship with Ub. Disney honored him. They brought him back into the fold. They brought his legacy back to the Disney company. Okay, there's a documentary made by, I'm pretty sure it was Ub's daughter, that they had the cooperation from the Disney company. Okay, the Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, as of right now, was a part of a marketing push, merchandising marketing push by the Disney company for people dedicated to the Disney legacy. Like people that collect the legacy driven things through Disney. But they corrected it. Okay? Vince McMahon, another example. Huge falling out with Bruno Sammartino. And Bruno Sammartino was a part of the back that Vince McMahon he built that title off of. Okay? Huge falling out. It was corrected. It was honored. Bruno Sammartino now is a part of the WWE Entertainment legacy.
They gave him like a portion, a percent.
Or well, I think he is still paid as ambassador, but they make good sometimes if it's too late. They make good. Okay. Another example of that would be their repairing of the relationship with the Ultimate Warrior, who WWE put out a documentary called The Rise and Fall or something like that, The Fall of the Ultimate Warrior, and they literally for an hour had people talking about how bad of a wrestler the Ultimate Warrior was and how inexperienced and how he hurt people. And these were paid interviews. Like people are on the record that they were able to talk about it, full disclosure. They were told like you gotta trash him if you want a job here. You gotta trash him, and that's what they did for this DVD. They still made good. Ultimate Warrior died shortly after this big run they were planning with him. Like he was supposed to be this ambassador. Hulk Hogan was supposed to be like the second ambassador for the company. Now, how old is Stan Lee?
He's 80 something. I think he's 82.
I thought he was 90. I thought he was close to 90.
I don't know.
Okay, fuck you. Like fuck you, dude.
What, that I don't know that?
Yeah, no, not you. I'm just him. You're not making good on you. Look, I know he says these sound bites. And people love playing. They're great sound bites. He knows that game. But you can't tell me.
He's on every documentary, and he can say how he did this. And I think part of it comes to when you tell a story so many times, it becomes a new reality. So I do feel that he's told these stories since 1982, And I do get that. So because then when you hear like, well, I was just doing it on my porch and I saw a spider and now it's Spider-Man. Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like
second Hitler reference tonight. Okay, second Hitler reference. If you tell a lie,
more than that.
if you tell a lie big enough, the people will believe it.
Okay.
And that is a part of Stan Lee's game. It's somewhat of a propaganda game. And I might be a little bit more
I love him.
jaded towards it, but I rather love the guys I know that were in the dirt.
So, fast forward 100 years, he's Walt Disney. He's going to be a Walt Disney-esque character. He's a Walt Disney-esque character living.
Well, he's a Walt Disney-esque guy in comics,
right? But I think overall, like his legacy is like, you know, I think that he's going to be remembered fondly like that. Like a Tom Hanks-esque person will play him in a movie of the early days eventually. You know what I
mean? You know, Attack of the Show.
Yeah.
They used to have a guy that did Stan Lee impressions, but it was like the whole joke was Stan Lee doing stand-up, and the whole point of his stand-up was talking about how he used to trash Jack Kirby and like just steal his artwork and steal his ideas.
That sounds fantastic.
I keep forgetting to dial it up on YouTube, but it is the funniest, in my mind, the most accurate portrayal of that guy. And look, I'm not saying he doesn't do good. I think there's like a portion of people out there that because he's like this old guy from something that was like comic books that are kind of like in the dark corner and are weird, and it's hard to explain to people why comics are like so fantastic. I just dropped a bottle cop there. Like, you know, like it's good, but at the same time, it would be the equivalent of like Hunter S. Thompson appearing in like a Mark Hemingway movie as a cameo, and Hunter S. Thompson had nothing to do with that like book.
Right.
Had nothing to do with that novel. Maybe it was the same publisher, but come on, to me it's that ridiculous.
Yeah.
And because he's just adulation, like it does take away from the other factor, which is like he would sometimes submit like very little story, and these guys would draw 20 plus pages and create the story, and it would go back to him. And a lot of times, like his words covered up the better artwork. I would say
I just think it was just the style of it. I think it was just the style of it then.
Pound for pound, the Marvel artwork was so much better than anyone, like collectively anyone out there. Maybe like I guess stereotypical, you could say EC Comics, but you know whatever. Like they were like themselves were in the shadow of the shadows of comics. But Marvel always had. I mean, up until the mid 2000s, they had far superior artwork over DC than any other company in any other time.
Yeah, really. DC only really when Neil Adams and you were saying like make good. Neil Adams, when the Superman movie was about to come out, he forced DC to make good. Like when you were saying who made good. I thought they were going to bring up Neil Adams, but Neil Adams. But if it wasn't for Neil Adams, DC would probably still look like Carrie. It would probably still look. Kurt Swan Superman, the big chest Superman. There was not. It was Superman. That was it forever.
But look. I'll say this: we got a Bob Finger reference in Batman vs Superman. Okay, Bill Finger.
Bob Kane.
Yeah, Bob Kane. If you read Bob Kane's biography, Batman to me, like fuck that dude. Like there's no mention of this, and now we know some of that is actually true. The type of bullpen that Bob Kane ran for his comics, for his like segment of the DC Comics, like kind of like the birth of DC Comics, right?
Right.
Like,
So what we mean by bullpen, if we have any of those,
explain that.
So
quick.
A bullpen essentially would be there might be 5 artists in the room or so, and someone's going to handle different parts. Where someone might be good at background, someone might be good at this, someone might be good at that. Before it went off, Bob Kane was responsible. I think what they always kind of say was he was the figure drawer to a certain level, and then Bill Finger would clean it up, and then someone else might be doing the backgrounds and the cars and so whatever they were good at.
Yeah,
and it was to get it out. We had to get it out.
Right,
they were coming out.
Yeah, it was about
I don't know if it was monthly. I think it was might have been faster than that at that time.
I think it was about making a living.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Okay. Now, enough with that crap. Let's. All right. So, I was talking. That was a rough tangent.
That was
That was a rough one. All right, but the people have to know. And you know what? I might just call this episode "I Hate Stan Lee."
You can,
And just
and then go.
I want his face.
But I want like my guest starring like before that. Be like, or say like the opinions of Peter's not.
No,
Marc's
you're going to
opinion.
be like the thumbnail. We'll have you instead of Norm,
Okay.
with special guest Marc.
Okay.
Like that's it's already kind of there. Okay?
Okay.
But I literally want the title of this episode to be "I Hate
All right.
Stan Lee," and an update on Marvel Comics.
Here's an update on Marvel.
Okay, so in 2015, all right, the big comic book story for 2015 was Secret Wars that we already read. Who did the artwork for that?
Isad Ribic.
He's awesome, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He is awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Issue 1, 500,000, 527,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, half a million copies. You would know this more than me.
Mm-hmm.
Did that get released? There was gaps in its release or confusion?
It was 8 issues. We had a 0 issue, which was not necessary. It went 8 issues, but it took probably about a year to come out.
Yeah. Okay.
All the Marvel books are plagued with latenesses. The Secret War, Civil War 2 just ended, and it was about 2.5 months late.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Issue 8, 169,000. Crazy, right? Okay, now during this time, during Secret Wars, and Secret Wars just captured the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just say, okay? Convergence comes out for DC Comics. Explain that to me. Explain. Convergence only sold.
It's the same.
200,000.
It literally is the same exact story. It's so strange.
Yeah.
Like because it literally is Convergence is all the
I was
worlds
under the
smashing
impression
together.
They were close. Yeah.
It's the exact same story.
Yeah.
The only thing that I think was interesting with, it seemed like they were so hell bent with Convergence to keep concepts really really close together.
Yeah.
Whereas things were just completely boring. Whereas Marvel had a lot of good miniseries, a lot of them, a ton of them. Weird World with Kill Raven was fantastic.
Do you think a little bit of what Secret Wars tapped into was what people what the geeks love, and I say this with love,
mm-hmm.
but what the geeks love is a little bit of that Star Trek factor
mm-hmm.
of different realities.
I think we're gonna say Age of Apocalypse. I think it's Age of Apocalypse concept.
Oh yeah, well that's it.
That's right.
Secret Wars had but it also had these different dimensions, different imagine this area. What were some of the lanes?
Well, they had Thors. So they had.
Oh yeah. The Thors were the Green Lanterns,
right? And there was just a bunch of Thors
awesome
from all over the place.
Awesome idea.
And then there was a murder Thor, and then the Thor's book was like a CSI procedural with Thors.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there was a Thor that got killed. I forget. I think it was Ultimate Thor got killed.
What? They can't kill Ultimate Thor. He's the best
dead.
Thor.
Oh well, he's gone. But then they had all the Thors having to figure that out for a couple issues, and it was drawn by Chris Sprouse, and Jason Aaron wrote it, and he wrote the shit out of it, and it was great.
Chris Sprouse drew that?
Yeah, it's great.
Why would he draw that? He can.
Doesn't matter. He's great. He's drawn Black Panther now, and it's great. He's great.
I'm okay with him on the new Black Panther, but
no, it worked.
Thor CSI
worked, completely worked. There was a Conan-esque situation where it was Kill Raven on Weird World. And that was painted, it was gorgeous by Michael Del Mundo, written by Jason Aaron.
So it's a little.
All these miniseries were fantastic. A lot of the miniseries were really really good. The Ghost Riders was fantastic. That was a road race.
Yeah.
And that was fantastic.
So it plays with these concepts. It blows them up. Kind of does DC Flashpoint.
Yeah, it was just it was looser than that.
Yeah.
It was just
so. Okay.
Every book was way different.
So, Secret Wars for the entire Marvel line captured the imagination, to the point that if you drill down into the monthly sales of, DC would have, 17 of the top 25 books. I mean, Marvel would have 17 of the
At
top
that
25
time, yeah,
books.
it was
It was all Marvel. Okay. 2016 rolls around. Overall, the comic book industry does $535 million. So we're down a little bit from 580. Go 580 roughly to 540. Marvel's big push now is Civil War 2. Explain that to me.
So, as we talked about how Marvel's movies are influencing the comic books, the X-Men property is Fox runs the X-Men property. Okay.
Yes.
So they won't do new X-Men concepts or characters because if they do that, then Fox owns them for future exploitation.
Right. Yeah, so just to kind of give a scenario, it would be that you and I work on an X-Men book. And we kind of know this to be true, too. I've listened to a couple of interviews with creators saying that they had a directive from Marvel not to create new IPs.
Completely
Like, it was
true.
like an IP freeze.
Oh, yeah.
So you and I, we sit down. We cannot create any new X-Men like IP-driven scenarios and or characters if it entails characters.
If say we have a character exactly like, or somehow would get the X factor, pun intended, that like that it would be Deadpool. Like say we made like some type of Deadpool-esque character that maybe it's not. We created the new Deadpool, whatever, however that would factor.
Right. Yeah. So
Fox would own it and could make $1 billion movie.
So exactly. So it goes into
Marvel
the
doesn't make money on it.
Yeah, it goes into the like the wheelhouse of what Fox would be able to pull from.
Right.
Now, here's my only argument with that. Okay, I think there was more of a directive with Marvel. Okay, which was because it's not like Marvel didn't play and do good with some of the concepts that they had to work with. I think the big idea from all of their current X-Men books would be the formation, the redefinition of X-Force. Like the X-Force, I think, is the best X-Men that we have in the modern era. I know people love the Bendis time travel. Original X-Men talking to modern day X-Men weirdness that never interested me because it's just so stupid. I just can't deal with it. I like the X-Men are not that to me, but X-Force was. So I called up on that. Okay.
You're talking about the Remender when it was like Phantom X, Deadpool, bad like Dark Wolverine.
It's
essentially.
the best. Yeah, it's the best. Yeah. It's really X-Men.
It's bleak. It was Black Ops. X-Force is Black Ops X-Men, essentially to a certain level. But they collect a lot of like strange characters, threw them together. Psylocke, Archangel.
And that's kind of
Wolverine.
the X-Men also by definition. Like, I think the Jim Lee era, what that did was it did make, we talked about this a little bit earlier too. It was the best X-Men teams. Between X-Men and Uncanny X-Men, you had the best set of characters on those teams. You cannot top that. And they kind of, that's a little bit of a carrot they've been chasing. I do think the modern X-Force like matched it. I think having Wolverine, like Psylocke, even like like they played with the Archangel, they had Warp, like this collection of characters fit so well. They just visually look so well together, and they kind of had matching costumes too, which is un X-Men esque anymore, except when they wanted to just do something cute. So anyway, so Civil War 2. Civil War happens, becomes the biggest comic book movie of the year. Marvel pushes Civil War 2. What's the argument in Civil War 2?
Well, the reason I mentioned the X-Men property is because they kind of throw the X-Men out of it, and this centers around the Inhumans. So the Inhumans, to a certain level, like they Marvel decided because they can IP the crap out about Inhumans because they own it. Yes. And they're weird too. So I think they just think they're like, well, they're weird too, so everyone will accept it. No, that's not the case. The Inhumans are good when they show up every 50 issues in Fantastic Four. They're not really good on their own. It doesn't really work.
No.
They're not that interesting. They're really good supporting characters together.
Yeah. I remember when I was younger, when I was really reading like everything. When New Comic Book Day used to be Friday, not Wednesday.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Black Bolt was like a fascinating character. You saw him once in a while, and just the idea that he couldn't speak was awesome. It was just freaking cool. Like everything else around it, like corny. The dog dude, the chick with the hair, like it's just stupid. Like fish, another fish guy. Who cares?
Right.
But Black Bolt was like the dude. Okay.
What's his name? His name's like Blackagar Boltagon. I think is his actual.
Yeah, I'm not even.
Inhuman
we're not
name.
even talking about that.
Well, I just love that.
Yeah. Okay.
Blackagar Boltagon. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, you nailed it, Marvel. Okay, and now
I believe Stan Lee created that guy. Just want to say that was.
Yeah.
Like is that okay that he created that? Or I would say maybe Jack Kirby created that, and then.
No, look. At the end of the day, though, that character is garbage right now. It's so far overused.
He runs a nightclub. That guy, he runs a.
Wait, who? Wait.
Black Bolt runs a nightclub. We'll get into that. That's
Black
part of this.
No, we're going to get into that right now. Why does Black Bolt own and run? Why is he even running a nightclub?
I'm not sure. I just know that peripherally. I just know that he does. And he wears like a suit.
Isn't it? But isn't
like a tux.
Isn't that whole theory bullshit then? That Marvel's trying to derail the X-Men and bring up the Inhumans. If you're doing,
they made an Inhumans book, they made an Uncanny Inhumans book, and Inhumans are just Miss Marvel's an Inhuman. Yeah, the Kamala Khan is Inhuman.
Yeah, but if you're doing
Moon Girl is Inhuman.
But if you're doing the stupidest idea on Earth to your only Inhuman that you care that anyone cares about, and you put him in charge of a nightclub, there's no directive. It's the stupidest. It's so stupid.
There's one really good cover though where he's about to sing, and I think that's kind of funny. I don't know, for whatever reason I kind of like him being a nightclub singer. It's interesting to me. Well, okay, so
I need the Inhumans, some Fireball right now.
Yeah, well it's right over there. Well, the Inhumans. Okay, so and just to spin it too into media, and to go into my previous point that Marvel, I believe, is trying to concept what future Marvel. So you're saying that they're basically trying things out. What will I accept? Will I accept?
Yeah.
Will I accept? Sam. Will I expect Falcon as Cap? That way, if Chris Evans wants to grow his beard and direct movies like he wants to,
yeah,
he can go do that. Even though he should just be Cap. You know what I mean? He can go do that.
Yeah, just be Cap.
and then Anthony Mackie will be Captain America.
Get your Tony Stark money and be
But can
Cap.
I go to a Captain America movie? Will I be okay going to Captain America and be Falcon?
But here's a little bit of what I think Marvel's challenging. Okay, is somewhat of that scenario, but it's also of the scenario that they can do these types of pivots. Okay, with possibly let's just say Thor.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what's his name? Chris Elba, Elvis, Elbow.
You're mixing Elba. You're mixing Idris Elba and Chris Hemsworth.
Idris Elba, the guy from Pacific.
Oh yeah. So he was Heimdall.
Heimdall.
Yeah.
Heimdall becomes Thor.
Yeah.
See, I think because you've for that core audience, they're tuned into that being a possibility through this current Marvel run, and that they can pivot like that in the cinematic universe and have it being there's no revolt because it's kind of of the norm, because this current age of Marvel is would you say this is what the newest age since the early 80s when Spider-Man was black, Iron Man was Silver Century, and we had a different Cap. We had U.S. Agent as Cap.
Right, John Walker. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
not to say this is brand new that they've never changed his character.
There was a whole new X-Men at that point. The X-Men that became the greatest superhero team of all time, kind of emerged through that early 80s. So you did have
in the 90s they even switched Spider-Man. It was the clone. It was Ben Reilly with Spider-Man.
I love that story.
Some people that's what they're doing. They're doing something with that now a little bit in the book.
Dude, that is such an awesome disaster mistake. It is
but now it's
the best.
Now it's okay, and now it's nostalgic, and now they have a series.
It's the best comic book arc ever. Period.
You know,
because it's just so great. I don't care. It's great because it's the same as like in Watchmen, when the newspaper guy asks the kid reading the comic, he's like, "Kid, why are you reading that thing?" And he goes, "Because it makes no sense." Like, that's the Clone Saga, and that is it, dude. Like, it's so great.
I never liked that. That was terrible back then. Even back then, I didn't care.
They wanted it. They wanted it to work so bad.
Yeah. You know what?
Bad
I liked it when it was what was it, Sensational Spider-Man? Was that when they had the lenticular cover and Jurgens did it? And
yes, yeah.
You know, and Jurgens, like, you know, I gotta say, like, that dude's been writing.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a book right there. There's a Jurgens book right there.
Yeah.
That dude's been writing. He's writing Action Comics right now, and then he's still writing Superman. And he did the best Superman book last year. He did in the Convergence. That was a good book. They actually had a Superman and Lois book.
Okay.
And Lee Weeks wrote it, and it was fantastic.
I love Lee Weeks.
And then they actually kept it, and they kept that. So when they redid Rebirth, I know we're going off the 17th tangent. They kept that because that was a separate Earth essentially. Lois and Clark got married. They had a son, and now he's in the series. And now him and Damian are gonna have a series. Like, it's and it works. Like, to me, I don't know. Somehow it works, and that sort of series works. Now they also have a different Clark, also here. That's also a little confusing. But Jurgens is working that. Jurgens is working yet two Supermen going at the same time. Then there's an Asian Superman, and there's lots of stuff. But Jurgens is the.
He's the only Superman
he probably wrote more Superman stories than anyone at this point.
But it's not even that, though. He's the only one that, like, visually had the character. Like, I'm talking from, like, I guess the full modern day era. If you put the mid '90s, early '90s to right now.
Especially remember when Art T-Bear was inking him, and it was like real thick. It was great. Then Breeding got on to him.
I think the Breeding's inks.
You think that's it? They're super tight.
Because you know what it is? The Breeding had a way of adding nuance to, like, his feathering.
It was a lot of depth. Yeah.
Okay. And the feathering shaped that artwork to the point where I love it. Like, I really do. I think it brought
that book right there is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, and the book we're referencing is the Superman Doomsday trade paperback.
This is when they had, like, a prestige format series after
Doomsday Hunter Prey.
Yeah, that's right.
Prey.
Yep.
Okay.
With mullet Superman, #mullet Superman.
Yeah, but and also it's gold armored Superman with one leg ripped off, one like part leg costume, like tights.
That's
ripped
right.
off.
Oh, so weird. And he had like a monitor on him, right? He had a purse. He had a man purse.
Yeah. Do you remember, like, how the Cyborg came back?
No.
So real quick, so they beat the hell out of Cyborg leading into the death of Doomsday. Okay, Doomsday, they're like, hey, how do we deal with this guy? They're like, well, let's strap him to a rock and shoot him into space. Post death of Superman, funeral for a friend.
Right.
The Cyborg puts, like, a microchip and embeds that microchip into Doomsday's, like, back, and is like, well, I'll stay here because I know eventually this guy's going to come back. And then Doomsday arrives on Apocalypse. Okay, and now here's the thing. Completely shreds Apocalypse and Darkseid in, like, a day. They can't even keep up with it. And then the Cyborg emerges and says,
I forgot about
now I'm going to take over. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, now I'm going to take over Apocalypse. I'm like, none of it makes any sense.
And it's great.
But the thing is, though, there's so many seeds. I was telling you earlier, there's so many seeds in that to where you could retell this Doomsday, like, arc, which is, like, the only arc that matters when it comes to the Man of Steel. But you could retell this arc going back to Doomsday origin, which is a Kryptonian origin, and intertwine that with the fate of him meeting Superman eventually through the cosmos, landing on Earth or whatever. You could tell this story with all of these little, like, nuances and connections and a set of characters. Like, like, it's almost like DC's Dark Phoenix saga. Like, there's such a collection of characters in the Superman Doomsday arc. And they could do such a good job with it. And it's so weird that they're constantly rebooting it. and they're not like mining Doomsday. They're constantly like warping Doomsday into these other things, and I'm so confused on where the state of DC's
almost like a new guy. Remember in 52, wasn't he? He was almost like not a hero, but he was like a palatable character. Like I don't know, it just didn't make sense. No. He like talked and stuff. I was always
so little of the New 50. You know what the only great takeaway of the New 52 was?
I barely remember. It's so weird.
It was Greg Rucka's Wonder Woman. And the only takeaway...
No, it was Azarello Wonder Woman.
Oh, the Azarello. Yes. And the only takeaway from that was they connected her to the New Gods.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really it. That was like the one big idea. God, I hope they do that with the movie. God, like...
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there are some connections, especially Justice League. It's going to go into New Gods, etc.
Yeah. Where are you with that trailer?
The new one? The one all in... What was it, Japanese or whatever?
Yeah. But sort of.
You know, I really like the weird. I like the nod where she catches the bullets, where she deflects the bullets, because that's a nod to Christopher Reeve catching the bullet. I think that's really cool. I just I really want to say like I feel like I need to stop watching trailers. Like I said earlier, I feel like I just need to stop, because if I don't see, the issue is, to go in just a super small, I swear it'll be small mini tangent. When I go see these movies, I want the scenes that are about to show up, and then they don't. So when I saw Rogue One, which there's like 8 scenes that are not in the movie, whether it be Krennic's cape in the water, or stormtroopers in the water, them running across the beach, the TIE fighter coming up, the Krennic's in a different building with Vader. I don't know. There's Vader walking. It's in a different scene. I don't know where those things, and I just wanted, I Rebel wasn't in it. Like, there's just certain things I was like ready for, and then they didn't do it. So I feel like weirdly betrayed by that. But then I saw it again, and I was like, all right, like I wish I didn't see those trailers. I'd be fine with this movie. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'll tell you one thing. If you haven't learned your lessons with trailers with the Phantom Menace.
No.
You're never
but everything was in the trailer for Phantom Menace.
Yeah, but Phantom Menace portrayed such a different tone just because they had the Duel of the Fates music.
You don't want to say Yippee. I mean, there wasn't Yippee in the trailer. He was, on the
or try spinning. It's a good trick.
I just want to have, especially for Attack of the Clones. I love it. He's like, I hate sand. It's coarse. Like that's my favorite scene. I hate sand.
It's so coarse.
It just gets everywhere. That's why he lives on a lava planet when he's older. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, but it's also too like that's his true birth.
Mm-hmm.
Like which I thought that was like such a cool nod. But you know what they needed in Rogue One? They just needed one little thing that explained to people who Darth Vader was, or not even that. I'm okay with that, but they needed something to explain who Vader was prior to these to what was happening, because if that was your first Star Wars movie, like you would follow everything outside of who Vader is.
Mm-hmm.
You needed just one thing to say, like in more of a dumb British accent that I can't do, like like Darth Vader, he is the henchman of the Emperor, like that's just something. Pretty good. And he's
I totally bought it.
Like, and
it's a British person in front of me just now. I don't know if you heard that.
And he is like blah blah blah. Like he's relentless. Like he's killed the Jedi. Like just something.
There is no subtext for Darth Vader whatsoever. Yeah, there's really
just
nothing.
Like boom. Like, and then everyone's supposed to know who he is, and it's like no, because not everyone knows who Bucky Barnes is in the beginning of Winter Soldier. I mean, in Civil War, and Winter Soldier just came out like 2 years ago. like you can't.
And then your the last Vader movie. Technically, I mean, I can't count 2 minutes in Phantom Revenge of the Sith. I don't count him
80,
going like I don't count him.
It's 87.
Getting dressed.
Yeah,
them dressing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like he was just getting him. Let's get him dressed and then put him up, and then that's the end.
I was rewatching that. Like
what Revenge?
Like not too long ago. Revenge moves better than I remembered, but holy crap, is that fight at the end exhausting?
There's just so many flips.
There's just like I'm like watching. I'm like, oh my god, they're like on the river, and he's on top of a droid thing lifting the lava, And I'm like, how long did they do this for? And then it's like, I totally forgot that once, like, they jump off the lava river. Not that the weird fact that they're jumping.
The high ground.
Yeah, I forgot. He's like, Anakin, I have the high ground. And I'm almost like, what does that mean to a Jedi? You control, like...
It means that I'm going to chop your legs off.
But you control nature as a Jedi. Like, you were just floating on a lava river. I'm like watching this thing. I'm like, what is the high?
I don't care what flips you're going to do. I'm cutting your legs off.
Yeah,
that's
like,
what I have.
Like,
I have
it's
the high
almost
ground, AKA I'll cut your legs off.
Maybe if I had a projectile weapon, the high ground is you got me on every point on that.
Right.
But I'm almost like, these dudes literally start fighting on, like, in a control room. They went to a hallway. They went to like a skiff antenna hangar thing.
This was so in love with, like, I think the thing was...
and they're also swinging. Like Errol Flynn style, they're swinging and sword fighting. And you're telling me a little Sling to the Hill is... Oh, like, Yoda didn't teach us about this trick.
You know, I think he was just so in love with, like, see, there was no middle Jedi concept, meaning that, like... You know, and as soon as I saw Rogue One, you know, we went to Applebee's, of course, to get the half-price appetizers.
I think that's why Rogue One was great, though, because they explored that concept.
Well,
if that's where you were going.
The middle Jedi.
But they had to do. I talked about this with Norm previously. They had to do that because they built so much lockdown mythology in the Sith. Meaning that there can only be two, whatever the freak that means, right? Like, like Kylo Ren, like, he's not even Sith. It doesn't matter. He's there. He's evil. He uses the Force. Deal with it, okay? And
he's being seduced by the light.
Yeah. Oh, you think?
That's what they say. They say it in the movie. I actually like that. He's being seduced by the other side. He's not being seduced by the dark side. He's being pulled to the light side, which I think is fascinating.
Where were you with the Rogue One Knights of Ren theory? I was so on board with that theory.
You're talking about the old dude? The old dude you thought was the Emperor showing up? Or?
So the whole idea was that because of that Forrest Whitaker speech about what will you do when you're captured. Like, that was
that in the movie or was that just in the trailer? I don't think it was in the movie.
No, just in the trailer, but people thought...
Doesn't matter, though.
If that was
not canon.
Yeah, people thought if that was in the movie, that he was alluding to what if they get captured. So the whole idea was that Rogue One, the squad gets captured, and that's it. Like, that's maybe like a little bit how the movie would have ended. And then that in episode 8, it gets revealed that they were like tortured and turned into the Knights of Ren.
Nah, that's it's a super stretch.
It did match up though, because there's a Knights of Ren character called Heavy with a giant gun. There's a guy with like a bow staff, which is...
There's no Heavy. That's not a Star Wars name. It's got to be like
Ijuet's
Heavy 9
he's called
or
Heavy.
Something.
I got the audio book right here. They call him Heavy.
That's terrible.
I don't know. They call him Heavy. they
gotta be Chirrut Iruway.
Yeah,
like it's gotta be.
I don't even know
Cassian Andor.
I don't even know the new names.
I know
these
all
characters.
of those names.
What's the droid's name?
K2SO.
K2SO. See,
which when I first saw on the period, like K2SO, like I was like, isn't that better? And then when they said it, I was like, no, I like K2SO better, but it doesn't matter.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
Like, you know, with the C-3PO, like I was like C-3PO, because that's more, it's all phonetic, you know?
Yeah, my father used to tell me how confusing it was when those movies first came out. No one knew how to spell R2. Like, you would read it in the papers and stuff, and it would be like,
they would say, because you could spell it. They would ARTOO.
Yeah, no one knew how to, like, and that's just... It really, like, when people were like...
It's fun.
When people were like, like, Star Wars is this and that, it was like, no, Star Wars fucked people up.
Yeah.
Star Wars fucked people up.
Especially when the figures came out and it was like Hammerhead, and Hammerhead wasn't called Hammerhead later. It was... He'd have different names throughout.
Hammerhead, like, Zuckuss and Forlom switched names.
Right.
Because they got the original Merc. And I don't care. He's still Forlom, and that bug-eyed dude is still Zuckuss.
No, I know.
Like, I don't care. The guy with the trench coat is Forlom.
Even go as far as say, like, when Transformers came out, Frenzy and Rumble were switched.
Yes.
So I was always like that. And then a lot of times you have a cliff jumper on
Yes.
on packaging. You'd have packaging, and Bumblebee Cliffjumper
Yeah.
would float too, and I was like, "What is this?
Yeah.
It's rare."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But a lot of people were like, well, "What are their names? What are their names?" I'm like, you didn't know the names when you were like, 6.
No.
You know what I mean? You didn't know that that was
Walrus
like.
Man.
Yeah, it was Walrus Man. That's right, and that's like Ponda Baba now.
Yeah,
No, it's not. It's
now,
Walrus
now
Man.
he's
you
like
know?
he's like Coochie Mouth because his mouth looks like a
It's a baboon's. It's a baboon's ass, right? Isn't that,
yeah, a baboon's ass. Yeah. Did you know that if you in some jungles, like when you're like a tourist and you go through like even like some hotels and resorts that are like around jungled areas,
No.
they tell you not to like hold your baby out. You have to hold your baby close to your arms because a baboon may steal it and eat it.
That's so
And could you imagine being
How about just don't take your baby there?
Could you imagine being on vacation and your baby gets stolen by a baboon? And gets
I would
eaten?
never take my baby to anywhere it
Dude,
would
it's
get
insane.
potentially stolen.
Joe Rogan's podcast was talking about that
okay.
because he knows like the
This
craziest.
is the second
animal
podcast
facts.
for everything podcast. The best.
Yeah, I think his is.
His is really good. Yeah.
It's
I
not.
agree with that.
It's just nonstop, and he don't need the. I don't think he even needs like the UFC anymore. He can just do that.
But I don't know what revenue he makes.
But okay, so
what we were trying to do, let's see if we can eventually.
Yeah, because I just wanted to break down. You never told me what Civil War was about, but I just like.
There's a new Inhuman that can see the future by a day or two. Okay, so Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers steals him and uses him as a weapon with S.H.I.E.L.D. essentially to see the future. Now, the issue is they see some things that are questionable, and at one point they have the Hulk murdering a bunch of people. That's the vision, okay?
Okay.
So, supposedly there was a strange deal, spoilers, there was a strange deal with Bruce Banner and Hawkeye that in the event Hulk was ever to go too far, Hawkeye was supposed to kill him.
Right.
And that happens. And it happens. And then there's a question is, well, when does the future happen? So it's almost like not like a time travel, don't mess this up. It's like, is this future going to happen? Or is it a possible future? You know what I mean? So I think the concept, when I was thinking about it today, I was like, that's actually kind of interesting. Like, what side would you be on? Like, should we listen to this guy? Is he telling the truth? Because something did happen that he foretold. But then something else happens that you're just not exactly sure. So then there's another vision that happens, and it's Miles Morales, Spider-Man from Ultimate Universe.
Yeah.
And he killed Cap. He's like above Cap, and he killed him. Or you think he killed him.
Okay.
And you're just like, and so then Carol Danvers is trying to arrest him, and he's like, I'm not going to do this. Like, I have no motivation where I would even do this. So then everyone's trying to attack her and stop her, and then Iron Man's trying to stop her. And this other thing happens, and it's like there's a whole bunch of middle stuff. I'm skipping.
So where are you with that? Was that sometimes things are different than how you explain? Was it? Yeah. Was it good? Was it well done? Was it?
I don't know. You know what? The art was fantastic. Marquez was great. He was late. He had a baby. He broke his hand. He did all sorts of stuff, and it was late. You know what I mean? Regardless, but it was good looking. But at the end of it, basically, Iron Man, they cop out because everyone thinks Iron Man's going to die, and it seems like everything's going that way.
Yeah.
It was late, so other books came out, and they had to be vague. They had to editorially change them because they couldn't say Iron Man died. Right. So in a couple books, they say that he's dead. And then another book, it says he's not dead. And then when it eventually comes out, he does something almost like, remember when Superman, quote-unquote, died, but he was just cellular regenerating.
He was just sleeping. Sleeping.
Well, essentially, like Iron Man did the same thing where he like was able to pull his consciousness out, turn it into like a Jor-El hologram, similar to the Man of Steel movie, where you had Russell Crowe popping up every time. He's like, "Hey, it's me. I'm Russell Crowe. I'm gonna pop up and tell you what's going on." So now they just have weird mentor Tony Stark mentoring this kid that he introduced himself to, who found some old Iron Man tech and made an Iron Man suit. That's the Riri Williams character.
The black girl.
That came out. Yeah, she's a 15-year-old prodigy.
With the afro.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
Okay.
So earlier today when we were talking, we were texting back and forth, I kind of had the idea that we go out and then you'll say something and I'm like, well, that's not even happening.
Yeah.
So Mike, this is my quiz portion of the show where I'll say we're just gonna say who's the Hulk right now. I kind of spoiled a little bit. So
no idea
who's
who the Hulk is. No idea.
All right, so you would say normally
Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner's the Hulk. No, Bruce Banner was killed by Hawkeye. He's dead. So Amadeus Cho is the Hulk now. However, a book came out last week, but he's the quote-unquote totally awesome Hulk. That's the book. Not making that title up. That's an actual title of the book.
Well,
Amadeus Cho.
Yeah, and Marvel had a editorial directive to use the adverbs over the titles.
I don't know.
Like they had because they started swapping them. At one point, it was kind of did that all start with Astonishing X-Men?
No, I think it started with I want to say it's maybe with Astonishing X-Men or Astonishing X-Men was that an Age of Apocalypse book?
No, Astonishing X. Oh wait, was it? Yes, I think so.
So I think they were just trying to get an adverb to get something that's slightly different. Because even with all those, remember the Excalibur was Excalibur.
Yes.
They changed all the books to a certain level.
Oh, yeah.
So they couldn't have Uncanny X-Men and Uncanny X-Men again. So they had to kind of put some things around and change that. So I want to say Astonishing X-Men was there back then. But I want to say that Morrison did it when he did New X-Men, and then I remember everything for a while was new. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, what does that mean? Like, I don't know what that means. That new is compared to what? You're never going to reference anything as new.
Right.
Like, we're the new X-Men.
Right. So, and
drop.
then,
Huzzah.
So we have a different Hulk. I know we have a different Wolverine.
You have two, well, you have two Hulks. So you have Bruce Banner's dead. The actual Hulk is a 17-year-old prodigy. It's Amadeus Cho who can go in and out of Hulk. He doesn't get weird.
Yeah, that's a good name for a character, though. The Amadeus Cho.
Well, yeah, his mother or stepsister or someone, she's in Avengers 2. So the doctor, the Korean doctor, was in that. And so that's a possibility. Eventually, they're going to pull that into the Marvel, just like you were saying. They're just trying things out. Now, the book came out last week, and it was called The Hulk. And it was She-Hulk, and it was the first. It's probably the fourth, maybe fifth She-Hulk book, and it's meta textual.
Yeah, She-Hulk books
they never last. They're usually pretty good.
What's the longest one? I hate this. Right, we're back to John Byrne.
There he is, John Byrne. So I say John Byrne's run, but his first he did 20 maybe issues. He ran to 35 or so.
Yeah.
And there's some interesting stuff in it later on. And then Javier Pulido did a book with Charles Soule a couple years ago.
Yes,
that was very, very good.
She-Hulk's
it was
usually
meant to be short. That was meant to end, which I thought was good.
I mean, She-Hulk is always met with really good artwork. Mm-hmm. Is it that way now? Do we have a higher caliber?
The newest one, it wasn't. The cover was fantastic, and she's going to be gray, I think. So that's a little bit different. And it's just called Hulk. And I don't really remember the art too much, so I guess it wasn't that. It didn't blow me. And I read it 3 days ago, so it wasn't that fantastic.
Yeah.
So lightning round. Who's Thor? Who's Thor?
I know this one. What's his name? Jane Foster.
Right, that's a girl. But yes, but Jane Foster with a twist. She has cancer and she's dying, but when she's Thor, she's good. She's fine. So they are wrestling with that, and I almost think they're going to kill the character because she's not getting better. That's what's kind of interesting.
Kill her, yeah.
But Thor, from that original Sin thing we referenced earlier.
How's she worthy?
She's
how they. That's it. That's all you gotta be.
She's fine. Good. She can pick it up. She heals lots of people.
Up until her, who else? Superman.
Storm. Beta Ray Bill and that's it. Beta Ray Bill is in there's a book called The Unworthy Thor. It's a miniseries. Jason Aaron's also writing it.
Yeah,
it's very, very good. He's got a big axe name. I forget what it's called. It's pretty cool name.
But the whole thing though, it's kind of like if you just have to be good to wield the hammer.
It's gotta be a certain type of good. Not everyone can grab it.
Right, yeah. But if Captain America can pull it,
he moved it.
Foster's not picking that shit up. Or even Peter Parker. You're telling me Peter Parker came if it just it's so stupid.
It's a weird role.
It's so, especially when you cannot elevate a supporting character into. You might as well just create a new character.
It wasn't. You know what? I think Aaron came out recently. He was on an interview. This is probably the fourth podcast. Other reference. He was on a Talksflow for iFanboy with Ron Richards, and I want to say that he said it was supposed to be Thor's mom, Freya, and for whatever reason it couldn't be editorially. They wouldn't let it do it. The issue with this Marvel-wise, movie-wise, so we'll kind of do this and translate it to movie-wise.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is that,
so you think that came down from...
I think it did, but what sucks is I know that... Natalie Portman, I just saw her in...
Yeah, I was going to say, they would have to have a position
she's
with
out,
Portman.
but she doesn't want to do anything more. She was in an
but she
interview
kind of was
that.
saying that even around Age of Ultron.
Right, she doesn't want to
She was
do
already dumping it, yeah.
And same thing with Paltrow, she's out, Pepper Potts, because there was a brief period of time where what was that name? There was an Iron Woman, Rescue was her name.
Yeah.
Which was, who cares?
It's interesting. But it didn't last too long.
It would never hold a film.
Yeah, but it was also interesting while it lasted. Like it wasn't like
bad.
a status quo movement like they are in now.
I don't think that she replaced him in the book. So who's Iron Man? So we kind of
we talked about it. Yeah, we know. Wait, who is Iron Man?
So
the
Tony Stark's dead. Iron Man technically is Riri Williams, but she's Iron Heart, I think her name is. And then you have weird Doctor Doom Iron Man coming around. So that's weird. I don't know. So how many Spider-Mans are there? Do you know how many Spider-Mans there are?
No.
So there's two. Yeah, Peter Parker, and then you have Miles Morales. And they don't really explain exactly how he got over here. It was just a Secret Wars. Boom, we're in it. Did the cat just turn off the show?
Hold up. I'm trying to figure it out. Hold up. We are back.
Okay.
Took a pee break and we checked out the snow. And just wanted to get things back on track too. A lot of good tangents. Like holy, oh my god.
Well, that's how it goes.
It always goes like that.
If you were with us at the bar we go to do this, that we do every 2-3 months, this is exactly how it goes.
The girls around us get so turned on when we...
That is the opposite, actually.
It really is.
Believe that is the opposite.
Yeah.
So we were kind of running through who is, and I swear there's a point to this. So when... So who's Ghost Rider? Who's your the Ghost Rider is
was the last.
No, it's Robbie Reyes. He has he drives what? What is he? He drives his.
Oh, it's a car.
It's a car. That's
it's
right.
A car. But like usually it's a motorcycle.
Right. So we have to get a hot rod car. Fast and the Furious. I would have hated this concept, but so far everything that's come out from this. Has been from one guy named Felipe Smith.
Yeah.
And
his
every book
amazing.
Is great. So he is a writer-artist, and then Trad Moore did most of the artwork that you're probably seeing. And they put it right on TV. They popped him right on TV, and it seems to just work. Yeah. I don't know. So no one's really mad about that.
Mm-hmm. Because it works.
Yeah. Who's Nova?
Oh, my. I'm not even, yeah. Who
traditionally is Nova?
That's a good one.
You don't know that one? It's Richard Rider.
Okay,
with the mullet, good mullet going.
I was thinking of Ben Cooper, but Ben Cooper is the guy that made the Halloween costumes. In like the 70s.
That is in and in and in. That is super in.
Yeah.
No, it is a Spanish speaking. I want to say, I know I'm going to get this wrong. It's going to sound terrible. I believe he's a Puerto Rican kid. I don't know. I know he's Spanish speaking. His mom pretty much speaks Spanish exclusively in the book. And his name is Sam Alexander. Now it's weird. His name is Sam Alexander as he is a Spanish kid. However, he was named after Jeff Loeb's son, Samuel Alexander, who passed away. Jeff Loeb had a great run. Jerry Duggan had a great run. I'm trying to think of the guy's name, Ryan. He had a great run. And then the current run that just started, with Ramon Perez and Dennis Loveness is fantastic.
Wait,
fantastic.
Real quick too.
Richard Rider does come back in the new one.
Did you reference the Eric Larson run?
No. You know it's so weird. That's funny because he did have a run. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
That's very bad. That was part of his return to regular mainstream comics for whatever weird reason. Because he acted like he needed to do that to keep Savage Dragon going. But then he keeps only doing Savage Dragon since the Marvel run.
Right.
So was it just kind of like...
That's right. He came back to the Defenders, and they did Nova. And...
He did... His Defenders was, I think, Kirby driven, where he was only working in 4-panel grids, and...
I think that's right, yeah. Yep.
Like, it was really Kirby.
And then he did a Avengers book that other people finished. I think he was that right? Where, like, I think Paul Dini finished some, or Bruce Timm finished some. I think he co-wrote that.
Yeah, I
with
think
Busiek
Bruce Timm. I think Bruce.
Yeah.
And then he also did a Jeff Matsuda from the school of Rob Liefeld.
Oh, that's right. He did Wolverine.
Run, where he puts Wolverine in space.
That's right.
He's like, the X-Men go in
What was up with that? That was like 6 months where it was all Larson like all the time at Marvel. That's weird. I wonder what that was about.
I think a little bit of what happened was they had to make sure that they made the right choice of letting... He was one of the ones that they made the right choice of letting go to Image Comics.
Right.
They had... like, he also did Aquaman, too, for DC.
His Aquaman run was very good.
Yeah, actually, but the thing is, though, it was almost like we have to know, because we know we screwed up with Rob Liefeld, we know we screwed up with Jim Lee, we know we screwed up with McFarlane.
He just screwed up with McFarlane, though. Like he just got back to... Well, something happened as they... I just feel like either...
Are the two of them feuding? Or?
They just did a run of Savage... They just did a run of Spawn, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That for like about 9 issues. And when they first started it, I should go back and read the first issue and read the editorial. I believe in the editorial in the back, like, it was like Larson, like, I'm going to do this forever. I'm going to do this for a long time. And then like 6 years later, it goes back to like just the boring, like Todd McFarlane, like Spawn. It's just it's unreadable. And maybe it's not for me. I think it still sells like in the top 100. I'm pretty sure it still sells in the top 100 though.
Spawn cannot be top 100 still.
I don't know.
It cannot be.
I just don't know how it's. I don't know.
Here's the thing with Spawn. The Spawn is the only example of any of these like single person IPs. So if we go to like the Crow, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Bone. I'm trying to think of like what else. Maybe Love and Rockets, which is not really superhero fantasy driven, but and then you have Spawn. It's in a very elite league. Spawn is the only one of those properties, and the Crow a little bit of an exception because it never had like a monthly book, but Crow returned to form multiple times. Like this is like FU, like this is the Crow, like it's a different.
They're gonna option a Crow movie for forever.
Yeah,
I think it was recently. It was Jason Momoa.
Yeah,
was Crow.
I know, and he would have been gangster.
I was going to be. I
wanted him to be
you were going to be the Crow.
Yeah. I got my option the other day, but Spawn.
I do remember that where they had the Crow, and there was a couple good. Alex Maleev drew one of those. I mean, there were a couple good Crow miniseries that were like, all right.
I think that was Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. It's
really good looking series.
Our brains are crazy.
Yeah.
We know any of this dumb shit. We're like, well, hold on a second. I believe.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. I believe that was Flesh and Blood.
And also, speaking of McFarlane, he also once held the Crow license.
For just toys, or that was
comic book.
Did he?
McFarlane produced the Crow comic. It only ran like 6 or 8 issues.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was around the time he was doing like almost like a universe push, where it was Spawn. He had the Crow. Cygor had a book. For whatever reason, the cybernetic.
What was Cygor's original name?
Oh, I should know this.
It's like Prime 8.
Oh, Prime. Okay.
Prime dash 8.
Okay, and then that also goes, but Overkill.
Overkill, because Overkill.
Yeah,
had a patent somewhere. Someone had the patent, and that was part of what line? We're gonna go deeper in.
The Overkill was part of like what toy line or what?
No, there was a different kind of situation that both of them, I believe, were created.
Well, here's the thing though: the Overkill was created off of a video series, off of a stint.
Off of our favorite person that we keep talking about tonight. There was
Stan Lee, Rob Liefeld.
Create your own. Hero.
Rob Liefeld, Stan Lee, and Todd McFarlane did this. Okay.
Was there another video in that, or just those?
No, that was a whole series. Liefeld had a series where I think he created Die Hard on that, and Cross from Berserkers. Wait a minute. Cross's tagline: "He's the man you don't want to cross."
That's so bad. That was terrible.
Which was essentially a red cable. Cable was blue. Cross was red. Okay. Well, Sportacio had one. What's his name from Gru? Sergio
Aragones.
Yeah, he had one. Jim Lee McFarlane. I want to say, I'm not sure if Silvestri had one, but that was like a whole line, and they were tough to get at one time. Like you had to go from comic shop to hunt them down. I'm almost positive they're all on YouTube.
But it's so funny because like what is the collectability of a weird VHS tape? It's like, oh, it's the first appearance of Prime 8.
Yeah, no, because like you know what it was? We were talking about this earlier. The comics in the early 90s were so well covered in Wizard Magazine, Comics Now, the comic interview and comic
scene.
Yeah, they kind of rejected Image. They kind of tried to be more traditional, but like comic interview, I don't think the only guy that they really profiled, the only two, was Jim Lee and McFarlane.
Right.
They really even profile, like, I don't think they did a complete issue of Liefeld, but they have like full issues of McFarlane, and
Comics Journal steered away from that. That was all weird.
Yeah, Comics Journal was highfalutin.
Right.
They wanted to talk about Wally Wood and his use of blacks, and Alex Toth and his silhouettes,
his character designs and silhouettes.
Will Eisner, like being
Will Eisner in the rain.
Yeah,
got it.
That's it. Like, hey, I use my titles in my stories.
But and also, I think at that time it became. That this may be a viable career option in the future, that it would make sense, and so that we were in a way we were starved for instruction. Yeah. There was like what they're actually showing you how to draw, you know what I mean? Yeah. And we didn't have anything.
They were
like
selling
that.
the process that later sold DVDs.
Right.
Like DVDs sold the process of making the movies, commentaries, everything had like the movie Bats has a commentary and making of, and
what movie?
Bats. It's this horror movie called Bats. I just remember buying that at Walmart because it had the making of and it had a commentary, and it's an 8-legged freaks, but it's bats. It's just called Bats. Bats fly around, kill. It's like birds. You get birds, bats, 8-legged freaks. It's these mass unsuspecting creature murder movies.
I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, but that's what comics were in the 90s. Like they sold the process, and there was an industry, but there was also like a like a low hanging fruit money grab that a lot of these people. Because do you remember like Ultraverse? Ultraverse had
Firearm Zero. That was remember it had like a movie prequel.
Well, I was going to say, Firearm Zero.
Yeah.
Okay, had that.
James Robinson.
Yeah, and then they had TV commercials. Then they had like an anime series, the Ultra Force.
Right.
But and then Nightman had a live action syndicated,
which was a weird Batman show, and he was like purple and red.
Right, but at the same time, you're almost like holy shit! Like Ultraverse came out of nowhere. Full media push,
right? And
it got washed away. I know there was the Marvel buyout and the Black September. Side note. Black September is linked to the creation of the Infinity Gems.
That's right.
Stupid 90s company merger crossover now is embedded in Marvel lore.
Marvel bought them to bury them. They bought them for their color processing.
That's fine.
Fascinating.
Malibu was way ahead of everything. But I'll tell you one thing.
What happened to all those guys, man? There was Brayfogle, you had Tom Sanowski as a writer. The Norm
Brayfogle Prime is one of the best Shazam stories ever written.
that is Shazam. Yeah.
Okay, it's so freaking good.
Muscular Shazam.
Yeah.
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger over muscular Shazam.
Yeah, like get ripped. Okay. You have the Exiles, also good.
The X-Men.
Yeah. Okay. Mantra, also good.
It's Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It was a strong
what we're saying
line.
If no one understands what I'm doing, is basically every superhero universe that came out in the 90s where it was the same. It was the archetypes of every DC character and Marvel character, but a lot of times they were done better. So, for example, there was no valid Shazam book at the time, so this took the place of it. Wonder Woman was not a good book. Mantra was a good book. Okay, and it had a lot of good people. You had Terry Dodson the first time you saw him. It was really like new post-image creators coming in, or people that like their style flourished. Scott Benefeld never went anywhere. Well, he went to Dark Horse for a while, but he was really good too. He did Ghost later on.
Yeah, Ghost and X, both good characters.
So Dark Horse had Ghost, which was it was Phantom Lady, maybe a bit of Wonder Woman, and then X was Batman. Yeah, but he would kill people. Right, and he was African American, so progressive. Yeah, good job.
And also he had
Shadowhawk African American, so they beat him.
X designed by Frank Miller?
I think so. I think when they did the World's Greatest Comics, they pretty much pulled the people they had around. They had Doug Mankey doing a ton of the artwork.
I'm going to quiz you real quick. I'm going to quiz you though, because you're quizzing me with current Marvel. Okay, I want to quiz you on. We know what Image Comics did, right?
The ninth. This is like the tangent. This is the ninth tangent inside.
But
the tangent.
I'm really.
I love it. No, it's exactly what the show is.
I'm really into this one. I'm really into this one. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Look. We know what Image Comics did to everything. So, eventually, these bigger companies and mid-sized companies caught on. They were like, we have to emulate what Image Comics has done, as of like putting people together, letting these guys keep their rights and let them create. How many other attempts from other companies can you name that aped the Image comic formula? Not within a universe, but within like putting people together and giving them kind of like an imprint.
Okay. So Dark Horse.
Yes. The big one, Dark Horse being
Legend.
Yes.
And it was a housing of almost like the older,
probably the
generation.
Best collection. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had Big Eye Arrested the Boy Robot with Jeff Darrow. You had Sin City Frank Miller. Alred Madman was in there.
You had Hellboy.
Yep. So Hellboy was in
the best.
Sin City 300.
And the
300
best
went
of all of them. Next Men by John Byrne.
Next Men and Star Slammers.
Yeah. Wait.
Star Slammers
was not. No, that was
no. But I want to say the last issue may have come out through Dark Horse.
Maybe. Okay, so this goes to my second.
Bravura.
Okay.
Bravura was the Malibu.
Yes.
And that was Jim Starlin Breed. That was
which was Power and Glory.
Howard Chaykin. Yep.
Yeah. Also
Star Slammers, Simonson.
Also read American Flag if you haven't read American Flag.
Yeah,
right. That's the best. That's got to be one of the best use of words, like sound effect words. That's the best lettering.
Actually, that was the first comic book that I did. That was the first comic strip that I did. Was all about lettering, and it was the argument between John Workman, Thor work, and Ken Bruzenak work in American Flag.
Nice.
Which was pre-Photoshop, by the way. It was basically Ken Bruzenak taking just zipatones and just taking wallpaper and just weird shit. Yeah. And just pasting it onto the boards. Unreal.
Yeah. Which you can. Okay. And then Barry Windsor Smith Rune.
So what? Yeah. What? Well, that was. Or you made that continuity.
Right.
But they did Storyteller.
But Rune was Ultraverse. But Rune was the only crossover in Malibu.
Just think about how good the '90s were. Like, so they actually gave Barry Windsor Smith a giant treasury-sized book to put 6 concepts in. Yeah. And then they put out slipcases. God, I don't know why I don't have that shit. You know what I mean? That's weird.
Is that? Do you know the aftermarket for? Just you saying that, I'm like anything Barry Windsor. Like that dude is from another world.
I met him and Dynamic Forces had a con in New York, and it was the best con because pretty much it was doubled for people to go to Nick Belushi's hotel room and just sign shit all night.
Yeah, I don't even know what Barry Windsor looks like. He's one of the only people I don't know.
He looks like Bill Nighy from your favorite movie, Love Actually. He looks like that guy. But there was a guy who asked him. I remember him literally being belligerent to someone who's like, "Who is your inspiration?" He's like, "Jack Kirby." He's like, "Next." He was like mean to the guy.
Yes.
He's like, "Jack Kirby." That's all there is. Next, and he was like all British. I'm not gonna do my.
Yes,
I can't top your British impression.
No, you cannot.
So I won't even try.
No, you just gotta watch Rogue One more. It'll come.
Everyone's
to you.
British. So like, okay, I'll do a 17 tangent. If you do so, like the reason we're talking all these Marvel characters, we're talking about diversity. We're talking about females. We're talking about African Americans. You're talking about Kamala Khan's Arabia. She's from Saudi Arabia. So like you're talking all these characters here. Why in the Star Wars universe, if you are a British, or in Carrie Fisher's case, God rest her soul, for like 5 minutes British, the first 5 minutes of Star Wars she's British because she's taking like elocution lessons in speaking. You have to be brunette. If you're a female, you have to be brunette and British. That's it. And then Star Wars casting news for Han Solo movie. That's what it's called.
That's Solo 10th degree.
Right. So, which, a Star Wars story wraparound. But like, they cast. What's her name? They cast Emilia Clarke.
Yeah.
Guess what? She's a British brunette.
Yeah.
Awesome. Way to go.
Yeah. There's also a theory that for like a lot of these like modern, these newer actresses, that they all have an overbite because the smile shows up and their teeth show up on camera so much more prominent because everyone seems to have an overbite now.
So Felicity Jones and Daisy Ridley have an overbite. Emilia Clarke does have an overbite.
Yeah.
That's wow. Okay.
There's and
hashtag overbites for Star Wars.
But you know what it is though? Like, I don't
Can I get that going? Does that sound?
Overbites for Star Wars.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, but but in my mind, because I've read a lot about old Hollywood. That was a town built on ideas. Okay, just ideas and what people thought were best practices, and some of that stuff still exists today.
Mm-hmm.
It gets and it's almost like it's like a way to execute. And it's just, I forget what Woody Allen movie talks about it, but it's almost like you almost want it to be true. But he talks about it might be Stardust Memories, might be or Broadway Danny Rose, but one of those. But he talks about like why things are funny with the letter K, and as a comedy writer, you only write things that begin with K. Like chicken is funny, but bear is not. Cucumber is not funny, but pickle is. And he goes through all this stuff, and you're like, holy crap, maybe that makes a lot of sense. But it's the same with the 3 rule. Like you show a MacGuffin twice, and by a third time the audience gets it.
Right.
So there's these things, but they're kind of true because they do work. And maybe the Disney overbite thing is a real thing. Maybe it's real. They
That's fascinating.
I can just imagine people just saying it has to be like this, and then you get orders from the top and you just follow your when it comes to the executive structure, they sit down and they decide these things, and 2 years might go by before they have another discussion on it.
Right.
They don't know. These people are just doing their jobs.
I know we're week 3 into Star Wars just completely overtaking all box office, so no stopping.
So is that vindicating Rogue One now? Its legs to where people were like, it's not really a standalone, and it's too dark and it's too slow in the beginning. And
here's the problem. I do think it's very, very good. Here's the issue is that you make a movie that's a standalone movie, but it's not a standalone movie because it pushes it so far into saga, but then they're saying it's not a saga movie, so it's confusing.
Yeah.
And then a couple things confuse me on that movie is that they literally end minutes before episode 4. Minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're creating a sense of dread that you already knew was going to happen at the beginning of Star Wars.
Yeah.
The beginning of episode 4.
Well, yeah, but it's also, too, where in episode 4 they say the ship received a transmission.
Right.
And we all know it was a USB drive handed.
First,
through.
it was a huge floppy.
Yeah.
It was a huge.
And then became a USB drive that the guy
nice, beautiful
gave
flat.
the
He's
guy
handing it off
gave to the other guy before he got
to give it to
3D.
creepy. Carrie Fisher.
But that's
Yeah, okay.
but the whole thing though, it's
But the button's really weird and ironic. It's such a strange button at the end of the movie that she's there. Like the movie doesn't say that it's a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't say. It just says Rogue One. There's no wraparound text.
Yeah.
It's a different.
Well, you know what? I'll tell
Disney
you
thing.
I'll tell you what I think they're doing though, because they're defining it as they're kind of pushing the Star Wars anthology. Pretty soon,
That's fine.
Pretty soon, that's going to go away, and pretty soon, when we're done with Episode 9, the episodes are going to go away too for a while. So we'll only have these like anthologies, and people have to get used to Star Wars movies being different. And I think if they do like a few movies that are like in relatable ideas and topics and things connected to 1 through 9, that eventually we'll get Star Wars movies that were just like the comics from Dark Horse, that were like
Dark
Crimson Empire,
Yeah.
Crimson Empire, like these like thread movies. That,
like an X-Wing Rogue Squadron film.
Exactly.
Yep.
That is completely unrelated to anything that happened within the episodes. And once they do that, and Star Wars becomes like a true like anthology series, it's going to be bigger than any of the episodes. Because they're going to be able to have a level of experiment with these movies, and it's going to work just like what happened with the Dark Horse comics. You're going to have people that like some of the humor. Like, you know, like Dark Horse did it all. You know, and there's going to
They went to dark times. They went way in the future with like Cade Skywalker.
Yeah.
Like it was like Luke's like grandson. Like they did a lot of weird shit.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get that stuff. And that stuff was like outside of Dark Empire. That stuff was the better. Like, you know, like Dark Empire was great because it was like the first one out of the gate that tried to make that connective tissue of
I feel like
the
that
story.
they were asking for permission to go with experiments, and that's the way I feel with Rogue One. Is that like it wanted to bridge the gap between like I'm doing my own thing, but I can't do my own thing.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it was kind of like and which was weird because and this is where like sound became very important to me. To me, I think that sound in Star Wars is extremely important, not just the John Williams concepts. And what I mean by that is I felt that every time I think I want the Star Wars movies to sound a certain way. And this was another thing where my expectation of the movie just kept ruining the movie for myself.
Well, I get that. I really do.
Like I understand that you want to make your own film, but at the same point, when I see Darth Vader walk around, I want to hear the Imperial March. When I see like a heroic like TIE fighter battle, like you know that like when I see the X-wings moving, I don't know. I just need to hear that, and it was distracting. It almost felt like it was like a knockoff movie because when they started to do that, I was like, oh no, they're not.
But that's what I mean.
And my brain kept going like,
but
when am I hearing
that's
that
what I mean
noise?
about how they're like taking you off the nipple with this shit.
Yeah.
They
like literally.
They literally are, yeah. Because like I saw some, like I felt some of that too, but at the same time, I'm like, when I knew they were going to kill everyone, like after that dude got blown up in the by the grenade that gets like that dude that did like
Bodhi Rook. I know every character.
Yeah, like the Hail Mary like stormtrooper, like the Aaron Rodgers stormtrooper that like hooked that thing in.
You know what? I thought that was pretty cool. Like I don't know. To me, I like that everyone died a different way. I mean, of course, I love the Donnie Yen character. You know, the Chirrut.
Oh wait, you mean Snowman from the Blood Pack in Blade 2. You mean Snowman?
Oh my God, that's right. What if he's the exact same character? What if he's playing literally the same character? He just moves from movie to movie.
Because Snowman was like the best part of the Blood Pack.
Oh shit!
He was so freaking cool.
I love Blade 2. Jesus Christ!
Blade 2.
I think we're gonna close the podcast. We're gonna go now. We're gonna go watch Blade 2 and then stay up all night and watch Speed Racer twice.
I'll be perfectly happy with it. I would not be.
If the snow apocalypse happens, we're fine. Like we're really excited about it.
Yeah, we got everything we need here.
There's lots of cat. You have a lot of cat food.
Yeah.
So if we run out of food,
I'm hungry. Yeah,
plenty of protein.
Well,
should be fine.
I'm in the.
I mean, after
the
8
cat
seasons of Walking Dead, I think cat food's like a delicacy in the season 8.
Oh, I never
So
even.
that's good.
You know, I haven't watched anything.
You're fine. You're doing fine. You know what's happening? Carl's
Episode
miserable, and like he's on a rooftop with beans. No big deal. Totally fine.
Okay.
It's the same.
I'm just like, I think that shows where I knew it was going to end up. They're like out of zombie things to do.
Right, but the whole point of the concept was what happens after. No, like I mean, their initial Walking Dead concept is like what will happen after 2 hours, because we've never seen that, and that's interesting. But now we're up to like 270 hours of film, and now we're like, when are we supposed to end this? Wasn't that the concept? Oh shit, we forgot. So to go back to like, we're gonna stop the tangent, go back to my other tangent, which is the other tangent. So Star Wars sounds, okay? So music. So Michael Giacchino had about 5 weeks to make this thing because. So I love Michael Giacchino. He has our Speed Racer. That's our guy.
Yeah.
That's our guy that has the best score ever. He did Doctor Strange, which is a very strange.
Yeah.
I mean, ironically, pun intended.
I thought Strange had good themes.
There was weird, there was harpsichord. There was crazy shit. There was crazy stuff in it.
In Doctor Strange.
Yeah, and that's the first time in a while, because most of the scores, especially like the Captain America scores, they're all like, I don't even know what. They're all just like, they're all strange. They're all weird.
Alan Silvestri's Captain America: First Avenger is
that's the most heroic. That's the Rocketeer like concept. That's him moving Rocketeer themes.
But also like the helicarrier theme in Avengers, top notch. Yeah. Like, I think a lot of the Marvel stuff is a little bit overlooked because people are they're so locked into John Williams. Like, they really think if the theme doesn't hum the title of the movie.
Huzzah! We did the movie.
Yeah,
Rogue One.
Like this is the Superman movie. Like,
right.
If it doesn't. If you can't
I said that about like when I was yelling about Rogue One to everyone, and they're like, "You hate it." I'm like, "No, I love it." You know what I mean? But everyone's like, "You hate it." Yeah. I'm like, "No, I don't. I really love it." But like, so when Darth Vader shows up, I want to hear the dun, 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 dun. I want to hear that, but then when that doesn't show up, I'm like, "What's happening?" So I almost feel like if Jaws showed up in Star Wars for some reason, who the fuck knows? So Jaws shows up. Like if Jaws showed up and he's like, do, 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 like, and it's not the like, like if it's not that, I feel like weird. I feel strange.
I really, but you know what it is? If they can change Batman themes, change Spider-Man themes, change.
Yeah, but you can. Okay, so like, in your brain right now, what is the Tim Burton Batman theme? What is the Danny Elfman? Like you know it, right? Like you know it.
But the thing is that you hear it in your head in any Batman movie. In Batman vs Superman, you're hearing the Danny Elfman theme.
You know, like I mean, to me, the Hans Zimmer, he just falls on his piano, and that's the theme. Yeah. Like you know what I mean?
Who's your excluding John Williams?
Mm-hmm.
And his like 50 effing things are messed up in the way how things go. That John Williams has been nominated for like 50 Academy Awards,
right?
Multiple times, many years. Because whatever movie he'll
do a Spielberg, he'll do a Lucas, he'll do three a year.
He'll do whatever. Okay, like Memoirs of a Geisha, like nominated. Right. Then Schindler's List gets nominated. Okay, and he's only won like 4.
Right.
And the 4 that he won were early.
Okay.
So now, like, his peers are just like, no.
Were you gonna say that you want me to rank them? You want me to rank my composers?
Like who, like outside, like just who, like not even that, like what even like score a movie stands out outside of Williams.
I think Giacchino's Trek is really good. It's a like I think that Trek is good. So I would have to go Giacchino for all his Pixar work, which goes from like Up. Yeah. Like Up is fantastic. Like I feel Up, Inside Out. His work on Doctor Strange.
Such a waste. I hate that. It's such a waste.
It depends on where you're coming. Like it depends on where you're coming.
That was like a DreamWorks. That was like Blue Sky. That was even DreamWorks. I think DreamWorks for years has been topping Pixar. I'm the only one that thinks that. For years.
I like the Kung Fu Pandas. I don't know.
Kung Fu Pandas.
Yeah.
Monsters
all the
vs. Aliens.
Are ridiculous.
Megamind. Megamind is
fantastic.
That's
very underrated. Yeah.
That's huge. But I don't care. But anyway, yeah. So
what's Illumination's no good though. I think Illumination's garbage.
Yeah, but you know what it is though, dude. They struck gold with the.
They print money.
with the minions. They struck gold, and you know what though? Those things make me pee myself whenever they.
You know what's crazy about that? That's the directors just making shit up.
Yeah. And
that's what I find the most exciting.
Yeah.
And then the weird Star Wars / Marvel connectivity. I wanted to say it earlier when we were talking about Alan Silvestri, which I believe Alan Silvestri did the Rocketeer score with Joe Johnston. Joe Johnston, creator of what? He created what?
Oh, wait, hold up. Boba Fett's helmet.
He created Boba Fett altogether.
Yeah,
he's actually in.
If
you can actually go on YouTube and you can see Joe Johnston. I think it's him.
Okay.
He's actually in a Boba Fett prototype. It's all white.
The white one, yeah.
Yeah.
The one
and
that they love binding to that. Yeah. Yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
And he's like walking it, and they were like, it was like a documentary. It was like a CBS Sunday Morning. They're like, this is the new Star Wars character, and he's like, oh, we're putting this together. And he's walking around. They didn't even color it. It was like, what?
Because but I think it wasn't Boba Fett's original, the Ralph McQuarrie original concept work white. I thought he was.
I don't know. I thought Joe Johnston sketched it, and I know that Joe Johnston had, I know they had a big part in
those environments are collaborative though.
Yeah.
Meaning that someone draws a sketch that ends up on your table, and you incorporate that into a full-fledged.
Well, I still tell people that and people don't believe me, and you can look it up, that the Millennium Falcon's it's a burger.
Yeah, it's a burger with the olive. With the olive, yeah. So my father used to tell me that. I couldn't
totally
I'm like,
true.
what are you
I can't see it, but now I'm older. I'm like, oh yeah, all right. And then you watch several. There's
it was
the Journey of Myth. There's something you can watch online now. You can watch a 3-hour, 4-hour documentary.
Well, the original Falcon was the Blockade Runner.
That's right.
Then Space 2099 came out with a similar ship, and they were like, no. And then boom, Falcon. Whatever. They were like, we gotta do something.
And it was supposed to fly sideways, and that didn't look good. And when they did it, and they're like, all right, just make it. Because originally, when it would fly sideways, the cockpit was supposed to just turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what they did that with? Dash Rendar's
That's right.
Outrider. Yeah. Outrider, his ship?
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Dash Rendar was
rotated.
What was that? Shadows of the Empire?
Shadows of the Empire, yeah.
Which was between Empire, Jedi.
And Jedi. Explains where Leia gets her disguise from. Leia runs into a villain called Shizor, which is
Shizor XI. Yeah.
Which is a gangster above Jabba the Hutt that works with the Empire. He's the
well, they're using Thrawn in Rebels now.
I don't even care about that. I guess they gotta do shit.
I saw the new preview, and it looked a little compelling because it has Obi-Wan in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposedly that they're
like fan service to get Marc, and Marc's like, it worked.
It totally worked. I'm gonna watch this.
I'm into it.
I'm gonna binge it, and then I'm gonna tweet about it. And I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna hashtag it.
Yeah.
Overbites for Star Wars. That's my hashtag.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good hashtag.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
We created it. Here, you heard it here first. It's not gonna go anywhere. Mullet Superman. Hashtag Mullet Superman.
Mullet Superman might come back.
If they do Mullet Superman in Justice League, I'll be so happy.
Well, what are they doing? Do you know anything that they're doing with that?
I've not seen any set pics of. Justice League wrapped, and I just don't. They haven't. There wasn't a lot of stuff leaked from it. I think it's kind of interesting that there's nothing leaked from it.
Well, I believe all leaks are on purpose.
Probably,
because if they can lock down Luke Skywalker not appearing in Force Awakens,
that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, so any leak is just on
No, there was a leak for that. He was in the costume. There was a leak for that. I saw it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But
not on the mountain.
But these leaks, but that's what I mean. But these.
You gotta take him to Iceland. Take him to fucking nowhere.
Yeah. So
you can't see. Mads Mikkelsen. I just want to do a quick shout. Mads Mikkelsen Award for Best Character of the Year. Just best because Mads Mikkelsen played 2 characters that were very interesting this year. He's always been great, but him playing Cassilia is totally different than anything he's ever played. Really fascinating, kind of an interesting, sympathetic villain, good Marvel villain. And then I loved him in Rogue One. I loved him in Rogue One.
Yeah, I think he's
super fascinating.
He's got a screen presence.
He's so good in it.
And
the hologram scene is just nuts.
Yeah.
It should have punched, I think, a little bit heavier because I don't think that if I would have had extra 6 or 7 lines of Jins that I've already seen, if they were in there, I just feel like I know more about Jin from the trailers than what I got in the movie.
Yeah, well, here's the one point that people are missing with Rogue One. and to me this is very clear, is that Jin's father, what the guy's name?
Galen or so.
Yeah, Galen.
I know all the names.
The guy from Valhalla that rips out men's excrements. In like the first 5 minutes of that movie.
That's
okay.
right.
That's a beautiful colors in that movie, right?
It's
Beautiful movie.
I guess our greatest modern day director now.
Or Nicholas Winding Refn.
He is fantastic. He is made the best movie of the year.
I wonder if we lost everyone just now. Probably. So Neon Demon, also beautiful colors, haunting
Incredible
score.
movie. Only God Forgives. Drive. Bronson. This dude is a force
I
of
do
nature.
love that guy. Yeah,
He's a force of nature, man. He makes real movies. He's
I'm sure you've watched his interviews on YouTube. He's completely unapologetic for anything he does. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
He's a new auteur that no one. I feel that like that stuff's going to matter. Only God Forgives is it's so funny because
love
that is
that movie. I don't understand what the blowback was.
you know what's funny? That could be the literal like other side of La La Land because it's about an actress.
Yeah.
And it's like it could literally be the flip side of that movie.
That's the real quick talking about scores. Only God Forgives. Incredible score.
Yep.
The theme for that movie is some serious.
It's super haunting,
dude.
You didn't see
It's like a march too, which is great.
Just before we forget, there's no new Ben Burt. Like I don't feel that any of the new Star Wars movies have any type of like weird, like stuff. There's none of it.
Not yet.
It's too late. They did Episode 7. They did Rogue One, and to me,
yeah, but
see, I can actually think about Episode 1. I can think about the Episode 1, 2, or 3.
but
I can hear the weird clunks in the pod racers. Like you know what I mean? I can hear.
Oh, I see what you mean. But yeah, I'll tell you one thing though.
I love those sound designs, man.
Here's one thing.
There's no sound design in any of these movies. They're the same. It's the same thing. I just did it.
I think
You're
for
welcome.
now, I think
You could hire me. I could be a TIE fighter. That was it.
I can't even do it.
Well, I can't do a British accent.
Yeah, or like
yeah, it's just like
it's so awesome. Yeah, but I think a lot of the movement for the new Star Wars movies was like we have to get it back because it literally got destroyed by a maniac that no one said no to.
Well,
and now you can debate the merits of those episodes 1, 2, and 3. We can debate the merit of those movies up and down, back and forth. But essentially, it doesn't even matter. But the repercussions of those movies was it destroyed the biggest film franchise in history. Destroyed. And I do understand them, like, sticking to a similar storyline or sticking to something similar for Force Awakens. Doing something very familiar with Rogue One.
Both of these movies, the directors have impossible tasks.
But now, doesn't it seem easier now after Rogue One that now like there can be like people stepping in and marching and contributing.
Yeah.
Like you did not get like before they've offered Force Awakens to a ton of people and everyone was like, "You're crazy, no."
I can't do it. Yeah, I wanted to do it my entire career. I can't do it.
No,
I decline.
This is
Thank
my
you so much.
childhood dream, but no.
Well, supposedly, Aaron said no.
Yeah.
He had Star Wars is in a ton of Star Trek, the new one. Like a lot of R2-D2 is in that movie. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean. Like there's lots of in that.
Yeah, but
and he declines.
And we never seen anything. Look, no one cared if James Bond ever came back, right? Mm-hmm. And then they got the Paul Feig. Who's that guy? Who's James Bond?
The Martin Campbell. Yeah, the Casino Royale. So the Martin Campbell revamp.
Yeah, but that was written by Paul Feig, though. Wasn't he the story guy for that and Quantum of Solace? Not Paul Feig. Who's the guy that did
Paul Feig
Crash?
did Spy, which is also
not Crash.
Really good.
Yeah, the guy that did Crash. Oh,
Paul Haggis.
Paul Haggis.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm pretty sure he was the guy behind the James Bond revival. But no one cared if James Bond came back. No one really even cared after like Batman Begins. Like you're like okay, like no Batman, but it was there was no other film ever that had to come back like Star Wars. I understand if they played it safe to get it back, but knowing how far they've come by playing it safe, you're almost like, shit, dude. Like, they're really going to let these guys start doing stuff. They're going to let them push. And look, just imagine that, like, when Marvel started with what they have. It started with one great movie and 3 movies that kind of felt a little bit flat and flat. I thought I loved them all, but, you know, like, generally, a little flat line.
Right.
And then you got the Avengers. And, like, they built towards this, like, they created this, like, momentum and built, like, a culture within the Marvel Studios. You know, like, it's all culture-based. Like, that's a lot of the X Factor people don't realize. Like, the Transformer movies are a culture. The Harry Potter movies are a culture. Pixar is a culture. Star Wars now, like, they're growing that culture. They're only 2 movies deep. It's not that, like, it's not a lot.
No. Yeah, it was, I mean, Force Awakens is an impossible feat, so... But I think there was something that I heard that Kevin Smith said. He's like, they're creating something called almost like a new nostalgia. So I'm seeing something new, yet I have nostalgia for it, whether it be sound, whether it be there's a droid that I know. Like, there's just enough. I mean, or even just concept, or even if someone going to a planet and taking plans and putting in a droid, and we got to get the droid over there. Like, the theme is close enough to what I want it to be.
And you know what, though, real quick? Kylo Ren's lightsaber, awesome sound design.
That is good. Yeah, that's probably the best.
Kylo Ren's ship landing, that low hum.
Yeah,
really good too.
Yeah,
and maybe I'm just because I'm a Kylo Ren fanboy, and I have
you have a Kylo Ren pillow. It's right there. I'm seeing it.
Yeah,
right
I also have a Kylo Ren sex box. I'm not. This is not a joke, but
all right.
Yeah, but you know you gotta keep your.
You know. It's a lonely
it
Saturday
matches
night.
the pillow. My mother bought me the pillow from Target. She's like, "You like Star Wars? I got this for you." The pillow's got to end up on the bed.
Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. It got rotated up there just because I got Christmas pillows.
Right.
On the bed. So we do Christmas here.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta coordinate. But so maybe I'm a little bit of a Kylo Ren fanboy, but at the same time, though, it's like, but like, would you even consider Captain? What's it, Phasma? What the heck is that dude's girl's name?
Boba Fett?
No, Captain Phasma.
I know it's.
Oh, you're saying it's Boba Fett, but even like
because it's the cool looking character that does nothing,
right?
And gets thrown into the trash, or he gets thrown away,
or maybe you don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but she like even had her the voice, like we know what that girl sounds
Gwendolyn
like.
Christie.
Yeah, but even like that was good design. Even, like Kylo Ren's distortion, like
it's great. It's
really
creepy.
good design. Yeah, that's what I mean. There was a lot to.
There's a lot of stuff in there. I just
BB-8s, dude. BB-8s, tweaks and burps and things, all sound design 100 times better than R2. BB-8 is a cute little mother effer. He's so freaking cute. He's way better than R2 in my eyes.
I have BB-8 shirt. I was BB-8.
Oh wait,
So
you can't really... that picture. I used to for that picture. You're like, here's the BB-8 shirt.
I have BB-8. I have a BB-8 shirt that is either obnoxiously great or greatly obnoxious.
I thought those were pajamas, so that's a shirt.
That's a t-shirt. Amazingly on clearance. You believe that? I bought that on clearance.
I do.
I was like, can I buy 2 of these? Do you have more of these?
Yeah,
They're like, no.
Every more of our size.
And they're like, no.
Yeah, dude, BB-8 sound
yeah,
design,
I was. You know what's so
amazing.
funny was so Star Wars came out was December last year, the 16th or something like that, 18th, and I went to a Halloween party, and I kind of thought everyone. I went to Center City. I went right to like the Sheraton. They had a huge thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
And remember,
yeah.
I built my BB-8 costume, and I made it out of umbrella. I made it out of umbrellas, and I spun the umbrellas with some it was very innovative. I took a BB-8 toy. I took the sound little button out of it, and I made this. I put it on the handle, and I made the sounds, and I got a dome thing, and I made the costume. It was $48.
Yeah.
And I put it up, and I made it, handmade it, painted it, and went to this thing, and like 7 people knew who I was. There was like 1,000 people there.
Yeah.
No one knew who I was. I was walking in, I was like, I'm gonna win this costume contest because I made this from like scratch, and I am BB-8, and no one knows who I am. And I would spin. I taped the 2 umbrellas together, and then I would spin them like with my hand because I just had like a bungee cord holding them.
Did you get any girls with this?
Oh God, no way.
Was there any girls there?
No.
There must have been girls there.
No, there was a girl that I knew, and she would like,
she was
but like,
yeah.
but she had her own thing.
I would
going,
give you
know what
props
I mean?
if you pulled some.
No,
hair
and I
with-
had like a
with
fever
the
that night. I
BB-8.
went in, I was like 108. I was burning up,
hell
but
you
I was
doing?
like, because I was like, this is important on BB-8. Do you understand?
It's not important. You sleep through the fever.
No, I went home and I vomited and it was horrible.
Yeah.
But I was like, to me in my brain in the beginning of the day, I'm like, I'm going to go here. I'm going to win a costume contest. Win like it was like $1,000. I won nothing. I lost money. I think I lost my wallet. I don't know what happened. And I went home and I vomited. Like it was the worst night ever. But I expected But then if I went this year, I was like, everyone knows what BB-8 is. So don't. Yeah. Anyway. Yes, BB-8 best. That's a very good sound design.
Yeah.
I just feel that like I know when I think about so think about like when Obi-Wan jumps on. When I'm talking episode 2, Obi-Wan Attack of the Clones. He jumps on that weird lizard thing. Can you hear what the lizard thing sounds like?
Yeah, it's
he's like
he
does like
yeah.
Right. So I just feel that I know.
So real quick though.
I know what all this sound. I just think Ben Burtt's ridiculous.
Does that lizard thing die when it gets shot from the?
Nothing dies in Attack of the Clones. Everything dies in Attack of the Clones. So yeah.
So they killed the little lizard dude. Because like you never see what happens. He falls. But how can Obi-Wan take that fall and live, but the lizard die?
This is Obi-Wan. He's Brazilian.
So he uses the Force.
Okay, so
he don't
what do you
use
think
the
about
Force
the
to save the
theory?
lizard.
So we'll go to Obi-Wan theory for a second. So Ian McGregor directed some shitty movie this year, and he was on tour. And the only way to promote that shitty movie is to answer questions about Star Wars. So the only way to get promotion for like, what's the name of his movie? I don't know. He directed the movie. What was it? I don't know.
It's a not Star Wars movie.
It's a not Star Wars movie. So they're like, hey, they made new movies. Do you think you'd be Obi-Wan? You're old now. And he's like, okay. And he really doesn't look that old. They're putting out Trainspotting 2. He kind of looks the same. He doesn't look that different.
Yeah, he doesn't
Everyone
seem
aged horribly. Like that trailer, I'm like, well, Mark Renton looks exactly the same as Mark Renton in Trainspotting 1. So like, it's very strange when I see that.
I'll tell you one thing. You have to watch The Island, directed by Michael Bay.
You love that. I do. You know what's funny? Didn't he take a scene from that? There was a highway scene he stole from himself.
Put in Bad Boys too.
And I think he even put it in Transformers. I think he used it multiple times. No,
I wouldn't say no. Transformers is littered with highway chase scenes.
But is it swiping if you did it yourself in a movie that no one saw?
No, because like you know what it is. You're perfecting. Because I'll tell you one thing.
Repurposing it.
The car stunts are phenomenal in Bad Boys 2. I think that was like literally when they started flipping cars, and they have like a cannon that air shoots the car. It's like the craziest thing, and that's how the cars like they roll. Like and you never saw real cars roll like that ever. And now like you watch any Fast and Furious movie and every freaking car does it. But I'm almost positive whatever they put forth in the island got perfected for the industry in Bad Boys 2.
You got Scarlett Johansson, so you have Obi-Wan and Black Widow and
Wow.
Yeah,
in the feature movie.
I was telling someone recently we were watching trailers. I was like, "Look, there's Michael Caine, so there's Alfred." Like every movie has a character with a character.
It all overlaps right now.
Right. So right now it's like there's Wolverine. Like the Prestige is like there's Alfred and Wolverine and Batman.
Oh, dude,
and Black Widow's in that. Like, how do you do this movie?
Dude, I was watching.
I became Harvey Firestein just now. I have no idea how that happened. Almost as good as British.
I'm gonna call my lawyer. Maybe not my lawyer.
This is where it gets loopy. Yeah. This is the time.
I was just watching Joe and Ethan Coen's. They made the movie with Poe Dameron.
Oh, Inside Llewellyn Davis.
Okay.
Yep.
And
fantastic.
And it's Poe Dameron and Kylo Ren.
Wait. Well, did Justin Timberlake do anything?
Yeah,
shit.
Justin
He was in
Timberlake's,
Shrek, but he was in what did he do in Shrek? What was Shrek 3? He was.
He was
like Prince. Was he Prince Charming or something?
He might have. No. Shrek 2 had Prince Charming.
He played somebody, he was in Shrek 3.
I would say, why can't you be the Facebook guy?
He wasn't in that. Well, he was the Napster guy. He was Napster. Shane something.
You have Napster hanging out with Kylo Ren and Poe Dameron.
And they sung a song together.
They created a song together.
I'm just like watching this movie, and I'm like, man, I can't even watch a movie right now.
You know what's so weird is that, like, I think that Oscar Isaac, like, that movie, I saw that movie. It was one of the many. It's going to sound really depressing for a second. You ready? So that was one of the many movies I see by myself because I'd say, hey, I'm going to go see this movie. And everyone's like, no.
I never seen a movie by myself.
I always, no one
I never
likes
been
these
out
movies.
to eat by myself. Like, went to, like, a place to eat by myself, and I never seen a movie. And I almost saw Doctor Strange by myself because I wanted to see it so bad.
I saw.
And I held out. But, you know, I was supposed to see it with a girl. And she's like, you want to go? Blah, blah, blah. Because, like, you know, we're kind of like friends or whatever. And then the election happened. And she, wait.
She's a depressed or.
But no, she shoots me a text message out of nowhere. Who did you vote for? And I'm like, well, like, it's no, I didn't vote because I'm registered in Jersey and I live in PA. So, like, whatever. But it's no secret I support Donald Trump.
Right. It was a stack of Trump books behind you.
Now, I had multiple conversations with this girl about Donald Trump. She's been here. She's seen my Donald Trump bookshelf. Like, have like right there.
It's right there.
Yeah, like everyone sees, everyone knows it. Everyone, like we all talk about.
There's Trump bios behind you, but that's not the Trump section.
No, yeah. The Trump bios are written by critics of his throughout the years.
Over there is your Trump section.
And all of these bios throughout here were ones way before any election. Mm-hmm. These were ones about his business practices or documenting what he did with the casinos. Very insightful stuff. But anyway, I've always been like, I've always read Trump. I didn't know who's going to run for president, but whatever. So
I don't think he knew.
Yeah, right. He's just like, well, it's a Tuesday. What am I doing?
You know, I still go back. Did you ever see the video where they provoked him, where he went to like a White House conference, or he went to like a White House dinner? Yeah,
that's people think that the correspondence.
I totally
center,
think it's that.
That's where they think it came from because Obama mocked him.
Yeah, because he said there's no way that you'll be president. And he's like, well, I'll show you. Yeah. Like I'm gonna do it.
And not only that, dude, he ripped apart the party's front runners. He ripped apart the Golden Boys quickly. I'm telling you, dude, there was something there. Like you can't engineer it. You can't fake it. There's something there.
No, I mean, in the age of YouTube, it's very interesting. You can go back and see some of that and see the theories. And there's really not too much. It's very fascinating to me. But it also goes back. When we were kids, we were walking around like Deptford. Did you grow up in Deptford?
Well, not far. Like
you were in
like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Right. So like we're walking around, and when we were young, you know, we're like old now. We're 30. We're almost 40. But it was a concept when you were younger that anyone could be president.
Yes.
Okay. And then when we grew up, we understood that like you had to do a bunch of stuff to be president, and it would be impossible to be president. It became to a point where you're like, I think it would be impossible to be president.
Yeah. Because here's the thing, it's like somehow people got the impression that these government jobs are full-time jobs. They're all part-time jobs. Every level of government, most local offices should only be open a couple of days a week. It takes very little to run. Now it's like this giant business. There's no bigger business than the U.S. government. What's wrong with a businessman running the world's biggest business? I don't get it. But that's where how ridiculous it is right now, because people think like there's such a thing as qualification. I'm very confused with that. Like what qualification? Is there a degree? Is there what books do you read to become qualified for president? Where should you just start to become qualified for president? What you just throw yourself into the ether and get lucky and maybe get experience, and then if you are qualified, shouldn't you have like quantifiable credentials and success?
Right.
And definitely Hillary like never had that, but she rightfully attacked her on. But that's what I mean. Like I'm not like this dogmatic Trump supporter. But at the same time, there's like no way I could go for Hillary because she, like, if I got subpoenaed for something, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm going to delete this laptop. So you subpoenaed me for my laptop. I lost it. I'm going to jail.
Right. You personally, you're going to jail.
She cannot.
Right.
Like she doesn't. But at the same point, this girl was like, and I told her, I was perfectly honest. I said, I support Trump. And then she goes, I don't know how I feel about that. And I said, well, okay, and I never wrote back, and that's why I miss seeing Doctor Strange. And I was like so bummed out because like the girl was like, oh, like good time. We always hung out. We had so many good nights.
Right.
And it was just one of those things where I'm just. But you know what though? I did message her on Christmas. I wished her a happy Christmas. And there was wait, I wish you a happy Christmas.
Kwan's, right? Do you mean like Kwan's Monica or something? Did you like Happy Kwan's Monica?
No,
I do
Christmas because it's fucking Christmas. Put
the Christ
dude,
in Christmas.
I don't care. Even my atheist friends, I don't fucking care. It's goddamn Christmas. It's the idea. Whatever. Like, get over it. But we
love him being born, and then we love killing him.
What do you love killing them? What?
We love watching dramatizations of killing them. Let's kill them.
Yeah.
We do. I'm
Those
sorry.
Are some solid
like
movies,
that's
though, man.
Right? What are we gonna watch?
What's your top Christ movies? What are you?
I go Passion of the Christ #1.
You go Passion? I can't. I've seen that movie one time.
That's it.
I'm okay with that.
You know what? Because that was an experience, and there was people, and there was like I sat near. There was just people. To me, it was more of like an event. It was like an event film. Like it was like, the only other event film that popped in my head was like the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which I guess is weird to compare Passion of the Christ to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But remember when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out? We were all at the AMC 8. You know, we couldn't wait.
Yeah,
we were in line. You know what I mean? Like
that
it
was a little bit like Masters of the Universe, The Wizard.
It was it. That was
and
it.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Those are like the three movies I really remember. Dude,
I would say The Wizard.
The Wizard was huge. Dude.
Does anyone know what The Wizard is?
They have to know. It's the only video game movie that matters, including video game adaptations, because those are just disgusting.
They're all terrible.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed, they made so many mistakes. How could you go wrong with a Michael Fassbender
Not even
Assassin's
that.
Creed movie?
When you nailed the look of it, like it looked like the game,
Apparently
right?
It's terrible.
And then
it's absolutely, I can't say it, so I don't know.
I had no idea that the games. They say the games jump back and forth like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a factor in the game.
Yeah, I only really seen.
But why would you?
Gameplay.
Why would you do that though? It's so much more
confuse the
interesting
narrative.
in the other scenario of just like assassin during Victorian.
Right. So what's your favorite? We gotta go back to Jesus. Always go back to Jesus. So what's your favorite Christ movie? What's your favorite
Well, it's got to be Ben-Hur, but it's a tale of Christ as subtitled. Ben-Hur is not Christ, but Ben-Hur is the best story in the age of Christ and how Christ would influence people.
So Star Wars Ben-Hur connection. You know what the Star Wars Ben-Hur connection is?
Oh, jeez.
Because it always Hashtag it always goes back to Star Wars. So we have how many hashtags did we make tonight? Hashtags always goes back to Star Wars. Is this? Gareth Edwards took the same lenses that they used on Ben-Hur for all the chariot sequences.
Yeah.
And he put them on all the cameras for Star Wars. Rogue One. So Rogue One, as you're seeing, and that's my weird nitpick of Rogue One, is the uncanny valley of the Tarkin. Like the Tarkin thing bothers me because
I don't think that. Yeah.
It doesn't kill me, but it's just way. Is he in it too much? Is he in the movie more than he is in New Hope? It seems like it's like a while he's hanging out. And to me, so if you're gonna go, and you're gonna take the war now, third act, yes, fantastic third act. Having those lenses on that, if that's the thing, I don't know if he's still shooting digital. I want to say he's everyone's shooting on the Red Dragon. You know what that is, or the Red something. That's a new camera, new IMAX-y camera that's supposed to be great.
Yeah, look.
They shot Guardians on it.
There's always new technology, new processes.
He takes an old lens and then puts it on, and
there's always someone. Yeah, there's always.
And then they throw a digital guy in there, and it looks weird.
Yeah.
Where was all my practical guys? Where's the weird Wampa-looking guy? That's barely in it.
Yeah, but I like.
And where's the weird? The guy goes he's in it twice. And where's the space monkey? The space monkey's barely in it.
Yeah, but I like that though. I like that.
I want a little more space monkey.
No, I like that.
Hashtag more space monkey.
Because you know what it is. Yeah, that's a good hashtag. More space monkey. Look, here's my thing, and I did arrive to this a little bit while watching Star Trek Beyond, right?
Yep. Dirt bike, Star Trek.
Yes. Hey, I don't fucking care. That's awesome.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, just They all should have got dirt bikes.
Why does it have to be one guy distracting them with doing the donuts with the dirt bike?
Yeah,
Why does it just have to be Kirk?
Yeah, it should have
What kind of
been
bullshit
like
is this?
Megaforce. They all should have had rocket dirt bikes. And I'll tell you one thing. If you're listening this deep into the podcast,
I'm sure everyone's shut off.
tweet me at AKAPAD, AKAPAD. Let me know that you knew that reference. You will get something. I don't care. I don't care.
Put it in the mail.
I don't freaking care. You will get something. But no. But here's the
Give
thing.
me this piece of paper where I wrote down various hashtags that will not catch on.
Here's what I realized with Star Trek Beyond. That not every alien needs to do something. That movie had too many like little weird alien things doing crap.
It's an Abrams staple.
Yeah, a little too much, but it was way better in Even Darkness, way better in Star Trek. Okay, Rogue One was like we're in like galaxies. We're in like we're in the age of space travel or whatever age this is in. Like this stuff is real. It's prevalent. It's part of like the way these people live. I like that they added them because like they kind of did some of that in the originals, like Prune Face being like one of the guys, the rebels that landed on Endor.
Prune Face.
Like you know, like you did always have background characters.
Yeah.
In that, and I like that Rogue One just put it there and was like, you know what? Who cares? It looks fun. It's cool. It's funny. You figure it out. Like you audience figure it out. And that's like the Boba Fett effect. More people are asking me about the Wampa thing than like almost anything in that movie. They're like, "What was that?" I'm like, "I don't fucking know." Like, but it's cool. Right. It had like a giant gun, whatever the hell it is, and it did create that. And, and I don't know if it was like design throwing shit to a wall or whatever, but it succeeded.
Well, see, I think that the third act, I think that's the best third act besides Return of the Jedi, because everything was compelling. Like I feel like when they moved around, they really only had two, right? Because they just had, they had three. They had the ground troops.
Yeah.
And they had Jyn,
it was a triple.
And then they had they did that. They Saw Gerrera says it's a trap, and then you have General Dodonna. Which General Dodonna is based off of Winston Churchill. I don't know if you know that he has that little lip thing on purpose because he was modeled after Winston Churchill, which I think is great.
That's cool. Yeah.
That's like so interesting. Like it's what I mean. They just do a lot of cool little work in it that you find out later. Like, oh, that's a great nod, or that's a great thing.
I'll say this real quick though about Return of the Jedi, because I was watching the episodes with someone. We watched all six.
What order did you watch them? There's something called a hack. What's it called? A hacksaw? There's something called where you're supposed to watch 4, 5. Well, you can skip one. Like 1, 2, 3, 6.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? That's like the way that you can watch
1 through 6 in order. I will tell you one thing. Complete failure.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot watch those movies in order because you don't understand the callbacks in the earlier movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they reference like Jabba the Hutt, you're like, you don't even care who that is. If you've never seen the movies for the first time, by the time you see Return of the Jedi, you hardly remember who Jabba is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't remember the Tusken Raiders in the pod race or what.
Right.
Like there's so many of these things.
Well, the 4, 5, the reason why you do 4, 5, you do 4, 5. Because then the reveal is fascinating. Then you get to watch the origin of Anakin.
Yeah,
you can actually watch but you can actually watch. There's a 1-hour version of the prequels. You ever watch that?
I know of its existence. I probably would be like.
But the 1-hour version of the prequels has a little bit of one, not much.
Yeah.
Hardly anything. Right. Like pretty much. The Qui-Gon dying and him saying I'm adopting this kid, and they're like no, and they're like no, really I am.
Okay.
And then like that was it. Then he dies, and then this isn't. You can't even say. I feel like I should say spoilers, but come on, this movie's been out for a long time.
Yeah.
And then it goes. But when you watch the Attack of the Clones deleted scene, there's Attack of the Clones deleted scenes, which are all really, really good. And what's interesting is watching the Attack of the Clones deleted scenes. It's Anakin showing up, and you meet Padme's family. Okay. And he's kind of like it's like guess who's coming to dinner? My weirdo boyfriend who's creepy. Like you know what I mean? Like my weirdo creepy boyfriend. Now the weird thing in that predates Harry Potter is they actually have pictures on the wall and they're all moving. Like, you know how they had that in Harry Potter? Like, that beat Harry Potter by years. Like, you know, tons of years. Wow. But that was and they had a couple of them workers say, oh, this is my aunt. And they showed a picture of this person doing something. And it was
Interesting.
Yeah. But so what they did is they took the lead scenes, put them in, because it made it a little more relevant. They took all of him rolling around the thing, because it made him somewhat relevant. He was a little bit like Rebel Without a Cause. Not to say that Anakin Skywalker was any good. I'm just saying that, like, you know, it made it more interesting. And then they pretty much have... You know, they take out a lot of the weird fight scenes. Like you said, the Battle of Mustafar is forever long.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
But I have the high ground now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave you here. Sorry.
I got the high ground, Anakin.
Well, that was the weird thing. So to me, in Rogue One, and I guess we should just recall this. We're always going to go back to Star Wars and we hate Stan Lee. Maybe, I don't know what you're going to call the episode. But, like, if you create the rules for Rogue One, and you show me every planet, we go to a planet every 6 minutes.
Yeah, which is that was their opening scroll though.
Sure.
Like they put the pieces in place very quickly in that movie.
They instead of doing the opening crawl, they created things quickly, and they told you the planets.
Yeah, and that was fine. Like what?
But why skip Mustafar? Why do that?
Because I'll tell you why. Because it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
But to me, it was the calling out to the 7 people in the theater out of the 100. The 5 to 7% going, I know what this is. This is actually a Mustafar, and that's why. Like, what are you
but the
creating
thing is,
whispers for?
but that was a little bit of what I call like the Thanos effect. The geeks are the ones that told everyone who Thanos was.
So we're the 7 people in the theater going, oh, this is why this is happening.
Yeah, like, and then we're telling our friends.
Why is this going on, Pete? Why is this happening?
Exactly.
And that's what, to make us feel, I guess we are pretentious, self-important people because we're making a podcast literally about our fandom.
Well, not so, somewhat.
That's literally what we're doing.
Well, we were supposed to be a little bit more analytical tonight because I actually had, like, figures and numbers. Real quick jumping, too. So, like, let me tell you about this real quick. So, Civil War, right? Civil War #1, orders, 381,000. Secret Wars #1, 527,000. People were wholeheartedly rejecting Civil War 2 before it even got released.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, I guess part of what we were going to discuss is, like I looked into, like, what you were saying via text message. I think what's happening is just a part of DC's cycle, as it's always been. Meaning that Marvel went into a direction, the timing matched up with. I think it, like, where do you think the Marvel now, whatever
future 7 now, now cubed.
Where do you think that 7 would stack up with the New 52?
Well, I think at least with the new New 52 or Rebirth? Which one?
I think New 52. I think it would split New 52 based on how the New 52 was selling, based on what Marvel now was selling. Well, see, I think a part of DC's spike is timing, and they got like they got something going at the right time. But it's such a I don't even care if you don't like where Marvel is right now. To me, Marvel never betrayed like the line or the legacy like DC has with Flashpoint.
Right. I just think that if you go in right now, here's the thing: is that if you walk into a store right now and you want to buy a Captain America comic book, if you buy Captain America, if you don't know this, spoilers, he's a Hydra agent. He's a brainwashed agent of Hydra. And then if you pick up the wrong Captain America book, it's Sam Wilson with a shield. With the real shield, and Captain America has a weird triangle shield. It's a new shield. It's not exactly his old shield, but it's a new shield. So it's confusing. So then I say, well, you know what? All right, I can't pick Cap up. That's fine. I'll pick up Hulk. Okay, well, this is an Asian kid. Okay, hold on. Let me grab Iron Man. Wait, that's a black girl. Okay, hold on one second. I'll pick up. Wait, this is Iron Man too. Wait, that's Dr. Doom. Okay, hold on a second. Let me pick up Spider-Man. Wait, this is a young, Miles Morales is a young. I think he's half Spanish and half black. I don't know. It's just like crazy. Oh, I'll pick up Miss Marvel. Is that Carol Danvers? No, it's an Arabian girl. I just think that it's like all over the place. Like it's crazy. Oh, there's the Wasp. Who's that? Is that Janet Van Dyne? No, that's like it's just. oh, there's Hawkeye, right? I know Hawkeye. He's from the movies, right? Nope, it's Kate Bishop. It's a girl.
But
wait, where's Wolverine? Hold on a second. It's a girl. Wait, there's Wolverine, but why is he so old? Like, I just don't know. There's really nowhere you can go on the stands and pick up anything that's recognizable.
That's recognizable. Okay, so here's a little bit of that. It all seems to be like a big experiment to me.
It's just it's 70%.
Yeah,
I feel like the line is 70% experiment.
Yeah,
I mean you can. I mean I'm not saying that experiments are bad.
But
I think it's all right.
say this though, like this is a little bit of I'll reference it because it is one of these true examples where people bitch about where like what's original anymore. Like people stick to that point. They want everything's an adaptation or a sequel. You hear it endlessly. When you get something truly original, Pacific Rim, like that is like one of the best. Like maybe like I would say I rank Star Wars like mid-level, but like just as of like entry universe building movie, you kind of have like Dark Crystal, Pacific Rim, like Star Wars Episode 4, like maybe, and I say maybe Episode 4 because it's so loose in Episode 4. There's like one or two lines that you hold on to in Episode 4. And the movie kind of ends. Like the like it's kind of like Dark Crystal is a continuation at the end of that movie, and also like to a larger effect, Pacific Rim also, even though Pacific Rim has kind of like a resolution feeling, but it's still it's still not the end. Like there's still it's like Star Wars kind of ends like Star Wars, like we blew it up, we gave away the medals, like it is over. Okay,
right, yeah.
But so when people get things that are original, they flip the fuck out. When they don't get things original, they flip out. Marvel right now is in this like the largest experimentational phase since like the early 80s. Like Thor didn't look like Thor. Thor had like the Walt Simonson Thor had a beard,
big beard, totally different armor.
Yeah, like they took
even Fantastic Four characters. They threw someone out. Someone was always out of it.
Right, yeah. That was like the She-Hulk.
They threw She-Hulk in. They had Herb. They just had. We were always messing around. Herbie in there. Which I thought was fun. It still ends up being fun.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But yeah, so like that's what I mean. And look, was there a lot of the lot resonate through the 80s? We had Thor's best run in the 80s. We had a look of Spider-Man that people are still addicted to, like the black costume.
Absolutely, yeah,
still huge.
Yeah, and that basically created Venom.
Yeah,
and Venom still resonates because of that experiment in '86.
Yeah. So like I think like so this is like the post Secret Wars Marvel universe that's completely retarded. I'll say it's just retarded. I'm with you. I don't like a lot of it, but I think what comes next is really going to be what resonates. And you know what too? Like sometimes you gotta let things purge. Like let the market tank these titles. Let them respond. Like let them kind of. I would love it. I would love this if they like just stopped, like kind of ended everything, and then went back to like the mid '90s and like started over in that era. And just like did the mid '90s without Onslaught and Heroes Reborn and Age of Apocalypse, like, and you just kind of went boom, and you just took those characters and tweaked them up a little bit and just sent them back, and then it's like whoa, like that's nuts, and that's just me being fantasy boy.
No, I know. I mean, that's
like yeah, I don't know though.
I mean, I did before we throw everything out, I'm just going to throw down a bunch of Marvel books that I like. Okay.
Yeah.
Hands down, the new Nova book's fantastic. Ramon Perez, the new Punisher book, Becky Cloonan's spin. It did start off with Steve Dillon, who just passed away. Rest in peace. Which sucks because he was really young. He was 52 or 4 or something like that.
Where is he? Top Punisher artist? He's got to be top.
He's got to. Yeah. I still go Mike Zeck in my brain.
I was going to say Michael Zeck's number 2.
Yeah, I'd say that. You know what's so funny is that the Punisher he does right here is different than his Max Punisher, which is different than his Marvel Knights Punisher. So he has 3 different lines where he does 3 different Punisher styles slightly. It's still his Frank is still the same face.
Yeah.
He does the hair a little different. Does the costumes a little bit different.
Yeah.
Because it's 3 different tones. This new Clunan one was the cleanest. I don't know if he's different pens. I can't ask him. He died. You know what I mean? Like it sucks. It's really weird because it happened very fast. Apparently, like no one exactly knows. But he looked very gaunt. The last when he was doing promotions for Preacher, he looked very different. Wow. He just looked like a big Irish drunk guy. I met him previously. He does some sketches for me, and it was a super nice guy. I know some of my friends went out to drink with him at one point. And I just know that he was always like a big drinker, but suppose he wasn't a liver thing, something else. I'm not really sure. I can't speculate, even though it sounds like I'm speculating.
I think it was murder.
I don't think it was murder.
Was it Stanley?
No. So Wade has 2 books. So Wade has Black Widow that he's doing with Chris Samnee, and he's doing a Champions book, which was his Avengers book, and and that's all the young people, which it makes no sense because Wade has to be close to. I don't know, 48, maybe 50, maybe 50 at this point. He's writing all these young characters, so he's writing Miss Marvel, Miles Morales, Amadeus Cho Hulk, Vision's daughter.
Wow.
You know, like and young Cyclops. You know, and it's all really good. Like so, Champions is really good. Black Widow is really good. Power Man and Iron Fist is fantastic.
Nice. Yeah.
All New Wolverine is fantastic. Like that's really good with Laura as Weapon X / now she's Wolverine.
Yeah.
Old Man Logan, which is a displaced. Literal old man,
alternate timeline,
where he remembers everything. He comes here, and then he interacts with people that murdered his future kids, and he has like really strange. Wow. So he's super confused, and it's messy, and the art's fantastic, and that's really fun.
Yeah.
The new Doctor Strange book that Chris Bacalo is doing, and it's almost co-scripted with Jason Aaron.
Yeah, that's the one across the board everyone seems to be.
Yeah, we're all fine with that because there's no like you can say, oh, I love this Doctor Strange run. Which run? You have known. Like that's what I think, and that's why like as we're saying this, all this Marvel experimentation is for future Marvel concepts. I'm like. But those Marvel movies are not dependent upon the acceptance of blank. You think they are? I don't think that they are at this point.
I don't think they're dependent on the acceptance. Mm-hmm. I think they're dependent on generating, so that the minds that know better, because this is what they do, and like this is how they pay for their lives. That they want ideas to pick and choose from. Mm-hmm. And that's really it. And we kind of even saw that with the Captain America movies, where it was like origin, okay. What's next? Winter Soldier. What's in between? Don't worry about it. Who's
it's completely different tone.
Like
back to back, it makes no sense.
Mad Bomber story. Like what was what's the only other character?
You're gonna do Nuke, and then you're going to do. That's it. You can do Operation Rebirth. You can there's.
I'll tell you the one Captain America story that. They could just never do, but that was like probably the best Captain America arc between what they did with the movies was Scourge. Remember him?
Yeah,
and he starts murdering, like he murdered like 12 or 15 supervillains with like an Uzi.
Right.
And Captain America had to like hunt him down and confront him. Dude, that's a movie. This dude just like flipping out, just like going like post-traumatic stress syndrome on supervillains and just killing them.
I wonder if they would do
sleep.
like if you could do Streets of Poison. Or Streets of Poison was a book where his super soldier serum stopped working and he started to age, and then he took it and he was like a drug addict. That was like so 80s. That was like he was like basically all coked out and weird.
And what was the one in the 90s? The Bloodstone.
The Bloodstone, that was the Kieran Dwyer one, the Bloodstone Hunt. Yeah,
that was
it was all mystical and stuff like that. So I don't know if that would work.
Indiana Jones, Captain
America. Yeah. Or you could do like real shitty cat movies like Cap Wolf. Yeah. You make him like a wolf, or you put him in the super armor. Remember the armor he had? The armor.
Too. Poor Dave Hoover.
He's really?
Yeah.
Oh shit! What was that? Was that 2016? Was that a 16er?
No, he was a couple years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sucks.
But he's the guy that does.
That was one of my first subscriptions.
And Jack Flag.
Yeah. Yep.
Jack Flag and was also Dave Hoover, and Cap Wolf was Dave Hoover.
Yeah. Did he do the armor? Did he do the armor? He might have did the armor
too. Yeah. He was a contributor.
Yeah. And then the armor, that was when he was basically running out of powers, and then he dies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They actually kill him, and then they pull an Operation Rebirth.
They never knew what to do with him
Oh,
until
Wade,
Brubaker came on.
I think Wade had a slight resurgence.
Yeah, the Sentinel
and then
Liberty.
they kick him out. Dumb.
They had to. They were tanking, and
how did that not work?
it was no.
How did that not sell? It was so weird.
It was there was so much adulation for that.
But it didn't sell. Apparently, it had not sold because I know that the Liefeld stuff sold tons more.
Well, Lysol still has the highest selling Avengers and Captain America books.
Probably,
I believe.
Yeah, but what's so weird about that is that that's where you can't get the magic back, because then when they brought Wade and Garney back,
they tried to.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah, but you know what though? I'll tell you this though. This is crazy.
This is crazy that we've been recording for like probably 5 hours at this point.
This is great. Well, maybe let me end it with this point, and then you can have a rebuttal.
Okay.
Or you can
sure I
you
will.
can say your piece. When it comes to mining content, you do have Brubaker, and all right, so huge success. You have the Origin, fine.
I know what you're gonna do.
The next best avenue is the Rob Liefeld Heroes Reborn, because yes,
it's not the next best avenue.
Yes, because the way how they set him up in that and what did they do in Avengers? He is somewhat, or in Avengers and Winter Soldier, Captain America is manipulated and controlled by Nick Fury. The two are at odds, same as they are in Heroes Reborn. Okay, Captain America is someone living like a fake life. And I'm not saying like that tone was in Heroes Reborn, but at the same time, like they introduced like the origin of Falcon is the best Falcon origin in comics, where Falcon's like his buddy at the docks, and he gets like caught. I think he gets caught in this explosion and he's dying, and the Rob Liefeld Captain America slices his arm with a shield, and drips like the green glowing blood.
I barely remember this.
Into the Falcon's mouth, and that's how the Falcon gets powers.
Oh, comics!
Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Like it's so much comic book,
right?
And that's what I mean to where like, but then again, it's that Liefeld like edge, I guess. Like I don't know how you would describe what he adds. Because whatever he does, it works. He's like a Michael Bay. Like, trash him all you want. Fucking people buy his shit all the time. So
yeah, no, I know, it's undeniable. I mean, I remember someone a long time ago. We talked about like how the way his artwork would resonate, and that it's dynamic to a level. And someone was like, "Well, it's Kirby-esque," and we were all like, "No, he doesn't have it."
No,
but at another point, that it is number one. It's recognizable. It is dynamic. It does have a certain type of like flair. But when it's really good, when it's not when it's like Bloodstrike or some whatever weird stuff he does, you know what I mean? When it's really terrible stuff. But like, I do understand some of that Heroes Reborn stuff was actually pretty, good. It's beyond me how many missteps Cap has had, like that. Yeah. And then they had to put the A back on him, and they kicked Liefeld off. Yes, around 6.
Well, 6. They didn't kick him off. I think they wanted to drop his rates. They wanted to drop what they were paying him. And he said, like, because they were actually planning other, so here's how I think it would have went. Okay? I think the Liefeld side would have expanded the Heroes Reborn Marvel universe to the point that they wouldn't have taken away opportunities from what would have became Marvel Knights. Okay, so they have this falling out. Liefeld's like that's it. Like, I can just like do my own stuff. I'm out of here. Then Jim Lee takes it over for the rates. Okay, so and that work is horrible. He
gives it to Brett Booth. Is that right? I think Cap went to Brett Booth.
I thought Fantastic Four went to Brett Booth.
Oh, I think that's right.
I think Ryan Benjamin.
Yeah.
Picked up Cap.
Oof. Yeah, that's right. But
the thing is, though, it's such a difference, and it literally stinks. like Jim Lee's homage pulls in like the Serpent King, like the Serpent, as the end of that, and like Rob Liefeld's big villain was Masterman, which is awesome. Like he was like
He's Nazi.
yeah, it's just this, but he was also from the early days of Cap too.
Yeah, sure.
He was a Nazi.
He was like the original Nazi.
Yeah, and,
original Nazi leader.
He had Cable fighting MODOK in Heroes Reborn. Like
I barely remember.
like
that,
Cable shows up in Heroes, which is like you're like what? Okay, but but the thing is though, they had already produced artwork for Dane Fraga was supposed to come in and do Daredevil. Okay, Dane Fraga had like Daredevil artwork and posters and covers already done. And the implication of that is that they would have, because Liefeld was jumping sales so much, they were going to let him cherry pick the lesser characters. And at that point, Daredevil was like garbage, right? You had like Gary Nord drawing him after Scott McDaniel the techno storyline, but I
can't think about
was
where it was going on right there. Yeah.
Like Daredevil was kind of tanked.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they and you can kind of see Liefeld taking over Moon Knight, Liefeld taking over Cloak and Dagger, maybe even Punisher, because Punisher was Punisher black and in prison by then?
That was before that, but yeah, it happens.
Like,
what are you gonna do?
You're done after that story.
Yeah,
you lose it. Okay.
You know, I read that at the time, and like for whatever reason, it was in the sequence. And I think it was Mike Barron. It was pretty good writing throughout, and I was like, yeah, I buy this. Like I remember like reading, and I was like, all right. Like I for whatever reason, it was totally fine.
Yeah, dude, I still had one of the most underrated Given covers. Do you remember? It came in like a paper bag.
I don't know.
It came in like a paper bag and it was like a wanted like poster almost.
Oh yeah.
But it was like I think the bag was like it was the Punisher, and then you took the comic out and it was like Black Punisher. Like that was like the reveal. Like not
terrible.
Not that you had to read the story for the reveal. You just had to get the gimmick.
They just needed the gimmick cover. They needed the Mylar or whatever. They had so much weird shit back then. It was so funny.
But you know what? Like people like that is not the reason why comics tanked.
See, they were experimenting then. They were making a Black Punisher, and maybe that's what
America needed. Maybe that's what we need.
Well, I did, but
you know?
Yeah, but the thing is, I that's what I mean about like, and you kind of see a little bit of it in like a character like Ghost Rider, where a character like Ghost Rider has so little to mine. Like now you're forced to make a movie out of this concept that may not be a good concept. It just may not work. Like Punisher's a lot like that. Like it's just like, but it may not work. And
yeah, but Punisher works in Daredevil season 2. That's why I don't necessarily want. I don't want a Punisher series. I'm doing one.
He kind of barely worked in season 2. It kind of got a little bit.
Got old
tired.
Yeah.
You're like,
I don't want a Punisher series.
You're like, oh, he's like.
I want an Iron Man. I want an Iron Fist series. I think I'd be. I don't know what. Oh God, I don't know what Iron Fists are doing, man. Because I'll tell you what, the Living Weapon that they did a couple years ago, the Carrie Andrews one, was just phenomenal.
Is he? He's like the true savant in comics.
He's very interesting. He does a book called Renato Jones right now, which is fantastic.
1,000 styles.
Yeah, the book he's doing right now called Renato Jones. I think it's 100%.
Okay.
For Image, and it's fantastic.
I should maybe check it out because
issue 1 had the best like creative like single like little like letters page where he's talking about like just go do it.
Yeah.
Like it was super fascinating. He's like, you know what, if you want to do this, just do it.
Yeah,
because he makes like short films. Like he's very fascinating.
He's made full length features. He's actually done the special effects. He's like a special effects wizard.
It's crazy.
That's what I mean. Like he is like a Renaissance man in comics. And like if you compare his Iron Fist to Spider-Man Requiem, was it Requiem? That really
called it's Dark Knight Returns.
His worst work.
Hashtag
his worst work. His worst goddamn work. But
yeah.
Okay, but
the
visually,
concepts are so good.
Yeah, but visually though too, it's spectacular. And then he did like a Thundercats, G-Force, or Battle of the Planets crossover.
I don't even know if I ever saw that.
Yeah, for Wildstorm DC when they were doing that merger.
Yeah.
That is such a crazy style of his. And then I'm trying to remember like what he did before that. Like Like there was like he was on the run where like everything literally was like a different style.
Yeah, well,
And
at first when he did the Spider-Man one, everyone was like, "Oh, this Dark Knight Returns Spider-Man," and it kind of was.
Well, I'm trying to remember what the takeaway ideas were for that. The Dr. Octopus. Was it Dr. Octopus like? I want to say that's
Spidey dying. Was he getting murdered? Or I forget exactly how it worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just like it was super old Spider-Man, But yeah, just so going back to like character. I don't know. I don't know what Iron Fists are doing. I don't know if Punisher's going to work in this larger event. But
it does. Look, they can. I think they can move forward.
So you're saying Liefeld was getting Daredevil? I don't even know that Dan Frye got Daredevil work. Oof.
Yeah,
I'd love
to
see
they
that.
were going to, but they were starting with Yellow and Red too. They were kind. Look, Liefeld knows comics. He's loved comics more than like I've heard a lot of creators talk about comics. He literally owns issues of Kamandi by Jack Kirby, like full issues, original full art Kamandi issues. Yeah, dude, man, that is crazy. I understand. Like a lot of these guys make a lot of money. They own some of the originals. They hang them up on the wall. But even that fact alone, that shows you his mindset. But I do think he of the modern era, aside from guys stylistically aping or paying homage to Kirby, no other artist emulated Kirby than Rob Liefeld. Mm-hmm. I don't it's hard to say, and he's easily criticized, but at the same time, McFarlane's anatomy is no better or worse than Liefeld's. Mm-hmm. But Liefeld had a way of drawing that was so rapid. There's a spontaneity in his earlier work that we really never seen at all. It was so that those New Mutant pages are so spontaneous, and dude, it fucked people up. Jim Lee was always the golden child. Mm-hmm. He drew proper. McFarlane was this crazy detailed guy, and then you had Liefeld in this weird middle spot between the two of them.
Right.
And I don't know, Liefeld locked in on a style that is so, and I'm telling you though, I think comics would be better with some of that. All the my background. I can sit down and draw a picture. I can sit down and draw. There's everyone today when I go into a comic shop and pick things off the rack, all the artwork for me looks the same. Outside of guys the guy that drew Secret Wars and there's a couple dudes that stand out, but it all relatively looks the same to me. I don't know, but yeah. All right, I think we're going to let's call it quits. We've talked. We drank a lot of beers. This is the longest episode.
I drank a lot of beers. You can probably edit out.
I'd love it.
If you edit out the majority of my hashtags, you probably have half. I think I was trying to get a lot of stuff going.
This is
I'm not sure how well
20-minute episode without Marc's hashtag rants. But no. Look, we.
So for a Marvel episode, we talked about 60% Star Wars.
Yeah, I think we're going to. We needed to do this as a part of our process. Mm-hmm. Okay, yep. I wanted maybe we should jump into the next episode and we get back to the Marvel stuff real quick. Mm-hmm. Okay, and maybe we'll have a Michael Bay discussion. I don't know.
I should. You know what? I should probably watch. I only watch Pain and Gain peripherally, so maybe I should watch Pain and Gain.
Yeah, watch it all the way through.
It's funny. When I thought about Pain and Gain, what pops in my head was that was a departure that no one supported, like you said. No one supported Pain and Gain.
Yeah.
But still, War Dogs came out and it was relatively supported, even though it was by the guy who made The Hangover.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It got some traction and it got some support. It rated higher.
Yeah, and
which is bothering you.
Yeah, and but to me though, it's the movies are structurally the same. Mm-hmm. Their use of music and kind of pop tracks are both dated period movies, all the same, and I hate to say it, but War Dogs also takes you to school a little bit. It tells you how evil the Bush administration was for going to war,
Right.
regardless of war that unilaterally was supported by the U.S. government and funds were appropriated for, and we had allied support to go into Iraq, but whatever. Like,
So,
it's
so
just,
you want to, if you could hashtag, you would hashtag take it to school.
yeah.
We did take it to school a lot.
Yeah,
Or we're mad at films that take it to school. It's more so. We're not.
I really do think it's a trend. I honestly feel like it's something that is there. I think Ghostbusters 2016. I was expecting that to be a little bit like that. It was less, but it was definitely there. Like there's that elephant line in the beginning of that movie where he's like, "This is where P.D. Barnum got the idea for enslaving elephants," and you're like, we're in the Ghostbusters movie. Like, it takes you so much out of the movie, and you're like, and I get it though. Like, I get it. You have a voice, you have an opinion, you have a platform. But there was no Take Me to School in Back to the Future, in Ghostbusters, and Gremlins, and even RoboCop. You're not taking anyone to school in those movies.
Right.
No Take Me to School in Star Wars. Like, these movies that have beyond stood the test of time.
Yeah. Do you think there's take you to school in like Rogue One anywhere, or is it more about like cultural?
No. I think.
You're okay with culture?
You know what it is? I think Rogue One takes you to school in Star Wars. It's like,
which is fine.
It's like we're gonna take you to school. The Force is like power. Like, yeah, like we're gonna redo the Force with this movie.
Well, you know,
and
you know what I think is interesting. Like, 'cause I had someone that I spoke to at work, and they were talking about like, I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me. Is almost a new.
Yeah.
Like, may the Force be with you. Like, it changed it, and it made it more of a religious concept.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes, that's right, because, you know, the original concept, the original title of Star Wars was like the Journal of the Wills, featuring Luke Starkiller.
Yes. Yeah.
In the saga of Star Wars. It was something like insane, and they're like, oh, well, they Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like hashtag Star Wars. So it's like. So I kind of like that they were like the guardians of the wills, and they had this they were like weird like Buddhist monks.
Yeah.
So awesome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
and they were like, it's crazy that it really shows you like this is what really gives me confidence that they are trending and building towards something that people may not be aware of overall, like the Star Wars canopy, where I can't think of anything that they mined so much of a piece of work that never made it to light. Like, that they're mining, like, the first draft of Star Wars and these initial ideas so much in 2 of these movies. Like, like the Star Killer base, the Wills, and these are major plot points. Like, I swear to God, like, introduce... what was it, like Obi-Wan was a female at one point, or Luke Skywalker was a female.
Yep.
And then we almost have a female Luke Skywalker with Rey.
She is female Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, and you're just like, man, like they really went deep with it. Like, I swear to God, one of these movies is gonna have a white Boba Fett. I swear to God, he may not have a role. You might just see just see him walking around.
Yeah.
Like, and people are gonna flip out. They're gonna go nuts.
Right.
They're gonna go crazy over a concept. There is no one cares about the concepts of Batman Triumphant. Like, no one's like making Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck
They should totally make a movie. They should totally make some comments out of that thing.
But they should. But Ben Affleck isn't making the Batman and mining Batman Triumphant material.
Right. He's not interested in that.
And that's so
nostalgia.
ridiculous. You're like, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Star Wars, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. I love it though. Like, if it and that's what I mean about, like...
That's why, like, I think it's so weird that we shit on Lucas. He was brimming with so much stuff. Like, I listened to... There was an audiobook I listened to, which was, like, pretty much the entire history of Star Wars.
Oh, great. Cool.
And like, it just got into all these crazy things. The reason why... So much are mistakes, which later on become things.
Yeah.
So, for example...
Happy accidents.
Yeah, so, like, the Stormtrooper outfits, they were supposed to have these little, like, batons that battled lightsabers, which happens in Force Awakens.
Yes,
like,
yeah.
And that's why they have a weird tube on the back of that.
Yes.
It was an original design thing, and they were like, well, it's supposed to go in there. I don't know, I don't know. Like, you know, and it was supposed to have those little things that, like, literally, like, when he took out that little tube to stop, like, the traitor.
That great line, too.
So like that's what that was, and I'm like, oh okay. Like so there's all these happy mistakes, and like I say, if we're still mining weird ideas of this little this tiny bearded man who's at his desk and super like introverted and terrible with people, it's fascinating.
Yeah, but it is, but it's still kind of along the lines that it's almost as if like episodes 1, 2, and 3 were this. The reason why they were viewed as a atrocity is people cannot be convinced that that it wasn't unintentional. Like these movies and his point of view was intentional. So he forcefully, with intent, made something so far from what he did. Like if people were like, look, like you. Like we wanted this. Like you should want this. We want this. Everyone in this universe wants this. And then he goes, nah. Like we're doing and I think it's a little bit of that. Some people can define it. Some people can't. But I think there's like almost like a instinct that gets triggered in you when you saw those movies and you even when I was rewatching them, I'm like, fuck, like let me find something good. Like let me just look. Let me just get brain dump, entertain myself. Like sit down, eat a bunch of ice cream, eat a bunch of Doritos. Like have
There's
fun.
just all these plot contrivances that don't seem to work. That's where I kind of go. I think that just making films with limitation is better. And I think when they make films with yes men, so Lucas basically could have any budget he wanted. He walks into a room, no one can tell him no. Even Rick McCallum can't tell him no.
Yeah.
He's going to make whatever he wants. And it's not his fault, like, to a certain level. Like, it's not his fault that they're not... They might be great in his mind, but it's like... It's Dark Knight 2. You know what I mean? Like, and he's making Dark Knight 3. Guess what? Dark Knight 3 sucks. You know what's going to happen?
Well,
he's making Dark Knight 4. Frank Miller's making Dark Knight 4. And you know what we talk about after that?
Is it really?
Making, like, a Dark Knight 5. Like, he's already talked about making, like, a Dark Knight 5, and I'm like, no. Because, like, I don't want it. Now, does Dark Knight 2 tarnish Dark Knight 1? Yeah. Does Dark Knight 3 tarnish 1 and 2? Yeah. It makes 2 look good. 3 makes 2 look good.
What?
Yeah.
3's that bad?
3's pretty messy.
I don't understand. They're supposed to have the best of the best of the best.
No.
Of the best.
Because you have, and this is where you have Adam Kubert drawing like Miller, and you have Jansen who is.
Why is he drawing like
much.
Miller?
I don't know. He's drawing like Frank Miller from. He's doing DK2 impression, which I don't know why. Like I don't know. It's all just messy. And that's the thing is I think that you go past it. So like okay, so the Deadpool movie's out, right? So Deadpool, what's the best part about Deadpool to a certain level? When he doesn't have his bag of guns. You know why he doesn't have his bag of guns? Because they didn't have any money to make that scene.
Yeah, right.
So what makes that better? Everything.
Yeah.
Like that limitation makes it better.
Right. Yeah. Well, look, it's all about limitations. Like
that makes it creative.
Well, it puts you against the wall, and you have to pivot.
I think that's good. That's compromise. That's what makes the best. You know, the best albums are made. The first the best creative things are made like in a room that the things aren't that good. Like the first Foo Fighters album is made in like Dave Grohl's basement by himself. Yeah. On his demo, and he barely mastered it, and it's on the radio.
Yeah,
you know?
but here's a little bit of that though. When it becomes beyond that, what happens? Like like when it really becomes something like on a Star Wars level, and this is where, like I do defend Lucas because I do think this machine, like that he enabled it and helped. Like again making adjustments and Return of the Jedi just to sell merchandise. Yeah. Watch, essentially the point I was trying to get to earlier is Return of the Jedi is the beginning, where they rescue Han and Luke's confrontation with Vader. That is the only two parts of that movie that even matter or make any sense. The entire and Returns actually one of my favorite, just because it's so like crazy and messy and erratic and magic. Mm-hmm. It's all these things. It's kind of like 80s. It is like an 80s movie. Okay. Yeah. But
it is. It's 1983. So
yeah,
it's second 80s.
But it's kind of like a complete mess at the same time, though. I think it's a complete mess. You know, but he made concessions to sell merchandise in that movie, and he had no intention of making any other. He said, "I don't fucking care. Like Ewoks. I don't fucking care. Like, let's make some money. Like, this is maybe my last chance to make money." No one knew what the special editions were going to bring.
Right.
Like Star Wars went away for a while. Special editions brought it back. Once the special editions did what they did, it was almost like it was just like destiny
I'd
at
be
that point.
stupid to not keep going
Yeah,
with this thing.
but what he did was he failed to be Walt Disney, and there was a template for Walt Disney at that point where, Walt Disney walked away from some of his operations and just started hiring people more brilliant than him. He always did that, and these people made the movies, and Walt had his input. Like Walt ran things through his office, very similar to like what Vince McMahon does today. Like it's still that whole $1 billion company still runs through Vince, through his office. Like that's what Lucas should have. That's really what the prequel should have been like. Maybe outside the first one or whatever. Like you want to come back and do it, but people knew he had resources to be smarter and go this other route. And I really do think people saw through it. I think he made errors in that. I don't think his decisions were. I think you can take 1, 2, and 3 and give them to someone else, and it can be a better, different movie. But for some reason, his involvement in those movies, like it's different. It's a different type of reaction. Okay, but anyway, I think it's time we sign off.
Okay.
Did you want to say goodbye?
Yes. Thanks for listening to all of our unnecessary hashtags and myriad of tangents.
Are you going to be back?
Yeah.
You have to be back now because we really have to.
I got to 1/4 of my notes.
I know. Well, I didn't get through hardly any of it. Look, I had all these Michael Bay bullet points off. Look at all this.
You know what?
Michael Bay still the second highest grossing American filmmaker.
Yeah.
I give you props. That's why you're here.
Thank you.